2-second countdown, Francine.
Okay, thanks. Welcome to the Bellevue School District Board of Directors regular meeting for January 26, 2021. We'll start with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest.
Carolyn Watson.
Christine Chu.
Hold on.
Eric Pemeli.
Seema Sarah.
And Ivan Duran.
So this meeting is open to the public per the Open Public Meetings Act. On January 15th, 2021, the legislature passed Senate Concurrent Resolution 8402-2021, extending the governor's emergency proclamations, including 20-28, until the termination of the state of emergency pursuant to RCW 43.06.210, or until rescinded by gubernatorial or legislative action, whichever occurs first. So directors, I'd like to share this with you from our Washington State School Directors Association, that this means that in-person board meetings are not permitted until the end of the declared emergency or further action by our legislature or governor. So we will continue as required to hold our board meetings virtually. At this juncture, our legislative agenda for advocacy focuses on students and funding for their needs and not on overturning this emergency proclamation for our meetings. To facilitate discussion and focus on the important work before us, we can see each other and materials. The public has access to live stream audio and recording, as well as closed captions. We'll now begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Patterson, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then land acknowledgement, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our broad community of Bellevue School District students, family, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you very much. For our other acknowledgements, I'd like to note that we did have a student lined up to share about some of the observances across the district for Martin Luther King Jr. Day that happened. We are still hoping that he'll be able to join us, and if so, we will plug him into the agenda at that point. But overall, in terms of Dr. King's messages on education, love, courage, progress, and standing together are ones that must resonate with us, not just one day, but every day. January is also School Board Director Appreciation Month. I want to say thank you to my fellow board directors for their countless hours of volunteer service for our community. The role of the board is primarily oversight, to set the district vision, mission, and strategic plan, to hire and evaluate the superintendent, to govern through policies and monitor progress towards goals, and to ensure proper fiscal management via the budget. We collaborate with the district, we do volumes of preparation, we listen to our community, we advocate for students and families. We are not the administrators nor the negotiators. We engage in board director professional development and know that successful districts have boards that are unrelenting on student achievement. For our board, we define achievement as both student well-being and academics. Our directors are committed to our values, to our district values, and I remember these values with the acronym See Us Rise. C is compassion, us is collaboration, R is respect, I is integrity, S is service, and E is excellence. See us rise. We have read over 1,000 emails and absorbed the pain of our community, heartfelt stories of student suffering, and other messages that have anger and fear. While narratives have been manipulated, fabricated, and appropriated, it is now more important than ever that we all strive to fulfill our district mission, which is to serve each and every student academically, socially, and emotionally through a rigorous and relevant education that is innovative and individualized. As a learning community that values one another's humanity, we provide courageous support for an equitable and exceptional education for all students, not just sometimes or when it is convenient. As board directors, we are focused on improving outcomes for students, for each and every student. We are committed to equity, which means that what works for one student may not work for another. And so we provide the support and options needed to allow each student to be successful. We address their social emotional well-being. We find the programs and models our students need to be critical thinkers, to research facts, to ask for help when they need it, to recognize bias, and to synthesize solutions while listening to one another respectfully. We are committed to the Bellevue School District vision, which is to affirm and inspire each and every student to learn and thrive as creators of their future world. Each and every student to learn and thrive, to be creators of a future world that is better than what they had yesterday or today, not just pandemic-free better, but systematically better. One where students see and feel the adults in their lives exercising our values. See us rise. Compassion, collaboration, respect, integrity, service, excellence. Our district is excellent. Our community is excellent. And that means educators, staff, administrators, students, families, neighbors, all intertwined to support students. It is this excellence that can be challenging at times because expectations and passions can run high, but these must be channeled into making a better system that allows all students to thrive. And we cannot allow influences, internal or external, to tear us down. Our mission and vision, our students, their futures are too important. As board directors, I believe we can find the path where our collective values and commitment to students, each and every student, is front and center. So again, thank you for your service. So now I'd like to move on to approval of the agenda. The agenda is before you. There appears to be one item that is out of place. We can leave it as is, or I will take any motions to adjust it. Yes, Dr. Chu.
Thank you. I would like to ask if we could potentially extend if needed. I don't want to plug a whole bunch of extra time if not needed, but extra time, additional time into the agenda item of return to schools and COVID impacts so that there's an adequate time for questions to be addressed. I think someone had asked for that to be earlier on the agenda. To me, it's fine where it is, or it can be moved earlier. I'd just like to have the option of extra time.
Okay, do I have a second? Would anyone else like to add time? Okay, so initially that had been slated for immediately after the public comment period. Would you, anyone like to move it to that time frame as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we move
Okay,
it?
and I see some hands and nods. All right, so currently we are scheduled to end the main part of the meeting at 7 and go until 7:30 with executive session. Dr. Chu, would you like to propose a time? You want to add 15 to 30 minutes? You're on mute.
Let's add up to 30 minutes as needed, but let's not expand to fill a void. We don't, like, if people have legitimate questions, let's ask them, but let's be judicious.
Okay, so I see some nods for seconds. Yes. Okay. So, and at this point, then we will move it to immediately after public comment. Take that time as needed and then go into the rest of the agenda. All those in favor signify. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. And yes, so we will adjust the agenda accordingly. Dr. Duran, I believe that you're able to accommodate that switch. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, thank you. Any other adjustments to the agenda? All right, seeing none, do I have a second for the agenda as amended?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay. I see 5 yes. All right, so the agenda is approved. Thank you.
One more agenda item. I don't know if
Yes.
you saw it because you're running the meeting. The student has arrived, so I don't know if you want to put that, inject
I was
that back in.
about to say, has the student arrived? Because that's next, 1.6. So I'm delighted to introduce our student for the update. Dr. Sigworth, are you still on the line? Could you introduce our student, please?
Sure, I'm happy to do that. Elijah Brenner, he'll be joining us. Thank you for joining us, Elijah. He's from International. He is in 6th grade at International. He is their 6th grade class president, and he is also on their SOAR team. And the SOAR team was responsible for planning and facilitating the Martin Luther King Jr. Assembly, our recognition, and he wants to speak a little bit about that experience. Elijah, come on. Thank you for joining us today. And he has said he feels comfortable being visible, showing his face. I see him up here. It says has joined the meeting up above. Are you on? Need to back up. Like he joined. I saw him pop on. Let's see. Well, maybe he is no longer on. He may have popped off when he thought he missed the opportunity.
All right, well, let's see if we can get him back on. And in the meantime, somebody flag me down if there's a moment when he comes in, and we can even pause between other items. So right now we have the consent agenda. So let's move on to that. Is there anything to be extracted from the consent agenda?
Not really. There's just like a, I want to say like a typographical
Go ahead.
thing.
Go ahead.
It's just that I noticed that in the HR reports, the coaches report said there was nothing to report, but there were coaches on the certificated staff report. So I just wondered if that was.
I reported that, and Jeff said that they would take care of it and load it back up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, thank you, Carol and Christine.
I think the reports have been updated because they were sent in. So if you look at them now, they should have the correct information on there.
Super duper.
Okay, anything else? All right, seeing no extractions from the consent agenda, do I have a second for approval of the consent agenda?
I'll second.
Okay,
Second.
All those in favor? Yes.
Hi.
Great, thank you. The consent agenda is approved. All right, item 3, resolution and hearing. With regards to the Transportation Vehicle Fund budget extension, Dr. Duran.
Actually, I hand this over to Melissa.
Sure, thank you. We had posted this public hearing for the budget, so we need to announce that it's a public hearing and give people an opportunity to comment if they would so like to. After the comment period, then there is a resolution that asks us to extend the Transportation Vehicle Fund to allow us to purchase 2 additional buses. We had some accidents that got resolved after the budget was completed. We need these buses to support the fall of 21 school year transportation efforts, and we have to custom order our buses. And so there's a lead time for that because you pick the transmission you want, the engine you want, all those types of things so that it fits in with our fleet. And so it's an extended lead time in order to get these vehicles. So that is why we're coming to you with this budget extension at this time. So if President Weist, if you would ask for the public hearing and see if there are any comments, then we can go on from there.
Okay, in terms of the public hearing for comments, I would just like to confirm with Ms. Patterson, I did not receive any public comments for this portion of the meeting. Is that correct?
I don't think we received any comments for the transportation vehicle fund budget extension, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, and I'm looking to see if we got any in the last few minutes with regards to that. And I do not see any that have come through.
Question, Francine?
Yes.
Thanks, Director Wiest. So my question is simply, for a public hearing and to take comments, since we're generally only set up at this point to take the comments in writing, I'd like to understand how this announcement complies and if we made an announcement prior to this to ensure that we are in full compliance with allowing for comments on this section. I don't have any problems with the issue at hand. I just want to make sure that we give our public full opportunity as required.
Yes, so Jenny Hall is on as well, and she can let me know if I misspeak here, but we have put notices into multiple public newspapers for the starting 2 weeks ago to make sure that it was the public was notified that we were doing this budget extension, and that is what is required by the state for us to do with any of our budget hearings.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it appears that we are in compliance with the announcement. We have no comments that have been submitted. Board directors, do you have any comments or items for discussion? All right, so seeing none, then let's go to the board resolution.
I motion we approve the resolution as presented.
All right, any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Oh, I need a second. I'll second it. And seeing no discussion, all those in favor signify aye.
Aye.
1, 2, 3. Director Watson.
Aye.
Okay, yes, thank you. All right, so we have 5 in favor. The resolution passes. Thank you. All right. 4, resolution and hearing 2021-03 Stevenson Elementary Project Final Acceptance. Dr. Duran.
And Jack is on for us. He's ready to go. Jack.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here seeking the resolution 2021-03 as shown Exhibit 14A, certifying the completion of Stevenson Elementary School replacement project be adopted by the Board of Directors. Sierra Martin Architects has certified that the work has been carried out in accordance with the contract documents, and we are at this point ready to go ahead and accept this project as complete on the board's concurrence.
Thank you. Directors, any questions? Dr. Malief.
Mr. McLeod, under normal circumstances, the architects and perhaps a representative from the district would have walked through the buildings and examined everything that's been done if there were any outstanding issues. I don't know what the situation with that is in COVID times. Can you give us some clarification on how we're certain that everything is as it should be?
Yeah, absolutely. The architects went through the school for compliance with the documents prior to the COVID shutdown. And we did that because we had one holdout that we needed to complete to go ahead and get the final certificate of occupancy for the project. And that was from the city of Bellevue for work out on Northeast 8th in the public right-of-way. And they had some concerns that Metrobus had broken out part of a curb or whatever, and so we had to have that replaced. So there was a period of time there where we needed to schedule it with weather, with non-school events, and things like that. And so that work was just completed here this fall. So all of the certification inside the building, the systems, everything like that had taken place prior to the COVID shutdown.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Yeah, any other questions? Okay, can we have a motion for the resolution?
This is Director Sarafan. I move to pass the resolution.
I'll second.
Dr. Chu?
Sorry, I could not get my microphone to show up. So the question that I have is simply, we've actually been in that building for a bit. So I just wanted to understand, have there been any concerns raised? Like I know in several of our new buildings, after people started being there, there were issues with like the entryway or the this or the that. Have any issues been called to attention that maybe would not have been out of compliance with the building, but that are not working functionally to the needs of the school?
No, everything that has been brought to our attention through punch list and through user occupied spaces has been all dealt with. There are a couple of things, for an example, that some of the lighting control systems, which is now required under the new Washington Energy Code, like a lot of new technologies, we had a little bit of some scheduling issues there where some of the lights were going off at an inopportune time, but that has all been resolved.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions or discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. The resolution passes. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask Dr. Wiest, if you would please just remind everybody, because I think we all collectively forget, but that when we speak, just to announce ourselves or to introduce the other person, because I know that we are now able to see each other so that we can have a real board meeting and go frankly faster and also interact as a board. It means our community doesn't see us and therefore they don't obviously always know our voices. So I just mentioned that.
We will try to do that. Thank you for the reminder. All right, so moving on to item 5, the superintendent update. Dr. Duran, as I turn it over to you for your update, I do want to thank the bargaining teams from the district and the Educators Association for their tireless work. I also want to thank the many community members who have raised their voices out of concern and support for our students and staff. And this is an extraordinary time, and we must come together. And so I ask our community to treat one another with compassion and kindness, and to keep the needs of our students at the center of all we do. Our district is leading the way in remote learning. We're going to hear more about that, but it's not enough. Our district is also a leader in our area, bringing nearly 800 students, educators, and staff into buildings for instruction for months, using risk mitigation protocols that meet or exceed standards and have been proven effective. Thousands of students also follow these protocols on our campuses for athletics and activities. And last Thursday, other board directors and I had our masks on and kept our distance while we greeted second graders as they arrived at school. It is amazing to see how much joy is evident even through a mask. So we are excited there's an agreement to have our first graders and kindergartners return in the coming weeks. And at the same time, now that our plan for our youngest learners is finally in place, we hope to hear more. It is imperative that starting tomorrow, we resume discussions to create options for all our students who need in-person services to have that opportunity while we continue to strengthen remote learning for those who make that choice. I'm also glad to see multiple efforts to strengthen our risk mitigation protocols further, explore testing and screening, partner and advocate for vaccines, listen to those who are using the protocols and adapt as needed. I'm looking forward to seeing what innovative and strong and partnered solutions are produced. So Dr. Duran, thank you and your team for the work you have put in. I'm looking forward to hearing more in this meeting, and I know you bring a student focus and an equity lens in leading our district.
Thank you, President Wiest. Yeah, I'm just very pleased to announce that we have with our educators, and again, just thank the tremendous amount of work that went in to make that happen. Numerous hours over the weekend, numerous phone calls, conversations. So just really grateful that it was ratified last night by our Education Association. The back to buildings plan that we arrived at yesterday, really does balance, many competing interests and priorities, in this moment. Students, families, and staff have different and very real, needs and concerns. I knew going into that no solution was going to be perfect, but I really can say we can be proud of where we are today. We prioritize student and staff well-being and safety. Our careful plan, brings back our youngest learners and allows time for educators and students to adjust to new ways of doing school. And then I think it's really important to note, because I think there's been a lot of uncertainty, but our planning around building safety and our implementation around building safety has been meticulous. And nearly 800 students and their educators, who have been in buildings since September, have demonstrated that our risk mitigation protocols work. I really wanted to say a special thank you to, again, educators, nurses, custodial staff, nutrition services, administrative assistants, school leaders who have been working in buildings for nearly 5 months with 0 COVID transmissions. I think the efforts that we've seen and the dedication that we've seen following these protocols has really made what we have today possible. I'd also like to just make an important comment about civility and respect in our community. I know that, again, there was very competing interest in this. I know people who are in different places in terms of some not wanting to return at all and some wanting to have, complete school open across the board. But we have been working in our district to build a culture of belonging and dignity. This is something that's very personal to me and deeply, deeply important. Individuals and families have and will continue to make choices that are right for them during this pandemic. And it's imperative that we respect one another, that we keep good faith with one another, and that we assume the best of one another. I don't want to hear of educators, students, or community members being mistreated because of decisions they have made about their own employment, health, or safety. So I just ask for disrespectful behaviors to stop and really work now to find common ground. And I would just argue and put out that our common ground is our students. It's why we're all here. Now I think just turning attention to some of the specifics, we're going to talk a little bit more about this, and we'll share in the COVID update just how today went. But now our community may already have be familiar with some of the details of the plan. We're sending out a communication, and we plan on sending more information out to help our community understand it. But to recap, our second graders who began school last Thursday will continue 4 days per week in buildings, with Wednesdays as a remote day for all. First graders will return February 8th and 9th for 2 days of in-person instruction prior to midwinter break, and then after break. And after a week of quarantine, first graders will return 3 days per week with Wednesdays and Fridays remote. And then we can't wait to greet our kindergartners on February 11th and 12th for the first days in a school building. After the break and a week of quarantine, they too will return to 3 days per week with the Wednesdays and Fridays remote. And by March 15th, all of our K through 2 students will be back in buildings 4 days a week. I just say that getting out to visit, our schools last week, seeing our second graders in person, was just enormously rewarding. It really just filled me up, made me emotional a couple of times, just seeing the joy and to hear, students and our educators interacting with them. Got to hear the joyful sound of school. Over 400 families gave us feedback on their students' first day, and I just wanted to just pull up a couple of different examples of what we heard. My son was so happy. We trust the plans in place and want to see our son's mental health start to improve with finally coming back to school. Let's do this. Well done. My child is disappointed that tomorrow's the weekend because he wants to go back to school. I can't tell you how huge this is for him as he is disengaged with learning well in virtual school. Please let in-person continue, please. Everything went smoothly. My child even commented that wearing a mask for the whole time was so easy he forgot he still had it on. So those are good comments that we heard from our families. I think it's important to, hear, how this has been, resonating with our students and our families. And I think those are really positive. And I also just want to say, from the very beginning, when we started remote learning, we have really been working to improve our process and our systems and our overall instruction in remote learning. And, we're continuing to do that. We still have quite a few of our students who are in remote learning. We need to make sure that we are ensuring that our students and educators in remote learning have what they need, and that it just continues to improve as every day is opportunity to, to develop more opportunities and skills to interact with students. And then I think it's just important to know that, Remote learning hasn't been optimal for all of our students. Many of our students are not thriving, and we need to keep providing more in-person learning and supports for them. And I really look forward to seeing and hearing how our buildings come up with innovative and creative plans to serve our students while ensuring the health and safety of our educators remains top priority. So tomorrow we will resume, discussion with our building leaders on bringing back our 3rd through 12th graders. We'll be spending quite a lot of time just going through the MOU, unpacking it, and really making sure we're clear about the different parts. Is one of my, singular goals to provide, in-person learning option or support for all of our students before the end of the year. Our students need it and deserve it. And, really look forward to see, what our schools come up with some of their plans. And I know collectively, if we put our students at the center, we can do it together. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will move now to our public comment period. We're a little behind, but I think we will be moving along. I will read the following statement. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. So today we will hear a selection of comments in full to represent a variety of perspectives during the 10 minutes. Our open public meetings do not require a public comment period, but board policy reflects the value of hearing directly from the community. Since comments are currently received online, board directors are able to read all of them, even those not read aloud. Public comments do not necessarily receive a response from board directors, as many matters are operational and in the purview of the district administration. Comments are not vetted or edited for accuracy, even when presented as statements of fact. Comments reflect the interpretation and opinion of the commentators. Now, with regards to recent matters on in-person learning, we received over 1,000 emails, although only a subset were marked for public comment. Nevertheless, we take the correspondence into consideration. I also see nods from our directors that I'd like to share that there is consensus that we are reading all of them. And our volunteer board of directors very much appreciates the time and effort put into public comments and the correspondence to us. Again, while we do not generally respond beyond the auto response, we do read the information. Ms. Patterson, I turn it over to you to read the selection.
Joanna Wong, tonight, BEA and BSD came to a tentative agreement regarding our return to in-person services. I am so grateful for this progress towards doing what is best for students. As a parent, certified staff, and person of color with children across all levels, elementary, middle, and previously high school, I am cognizant of our school system and community strengths and needs. While my children are fortunate to have both parents as educators, working from home and supporting their educational needs, they still do not have all they require. On a basic level, they report feeling upset that they aren't in school with their friends and teachers. They are frustrated when their teacher isn't available to teach or help them. During the BEA-BSD negotiations, my youngest expressed worry that she might have to wait weeks to find out how she did on her reading test. Still, with these minor setbacks, annoyances, I know my children will be all right in the long run. Of more significant concern to me are the kids farthest from justice who are experiencing setbacks from which they may not necessarily recover. Being out of school for 10 months or more can have lifelong consequences for students without safety nets. Outcomes include reduced school engagement, less content knowledge, challenges with participating in learning environments, and increased learning gaps. These struggling students are at greater risk for not completing school and dropping out. Students who do not complete high school are more likely to be involved with the juvenile justice system, struggle to participate in society, experience unemployment. Georgetown University's Anthony P. Carnevale states that our system in a fairly systematic way takes inequality, which we find in K2, passes it on to higher education, then again into the labor market. The keys of helping kids overcome poverty, May 22, 2019. We know there is a relationship between kids' engagement in elementary school and success in later years. Also, kids' commitment during elementary school can predict later ability to weather stumbles in academic journeys. See citation above. Students coming back to school in a measured and intentional way is best for them. Mahatma Gandhi, any society's true measure can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Fellow educators, please consider our most vulnerable citizens when making decisions. If you do, the majority of us will fare better. Thinking only of ourselves happens when triggered, fearful, in a fight or flight state of mind. At these times, we are less able to hear needed information, analyze the data that contradicts our narrative, and unable to make the right decisions. Our community needs us. Thank you for taking the time to read this and consider other points of view. Humbly, Joanna. Did you want me to read the addendum as well? President Weiss?
Yes, yes.
CDC officials urge a return to classroom instruction as soon as possible, citing evidence showing it is safe with the right health protocols. The preponderance of available evidence indicates that it can be carried out safely as long as mask wearing and social distancing are maintained. Researchers at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention wrote in the journal JAMA. Dear Ellison, I continue to feel frustrated by the inflammatory messages you are sending to our educators. You are part of the reason people fear for their lives. You are the one prioritizing the majority, white people, over the minority, BIPOC, who are not unified in our community and who do not have a large enough presence in our union to have a voice. As you mentioned, at our meeting of 1,300 people, we agreed to close the debate after hearing from just one person of color. How many people had a chance to talk? 40, 60? If you really want to raise the voices of the truly suffering people, those not receiving an education, not accessing resources we take for granted in society, then perhaps you need to let the people of color talk first to ensure their voice gets heard. Please take time to read the paper and other information that does not support your position. We need to have members from the BIPOC community representing us on the BEA and WEA, which would help us get our voices heard truly. With continuing upset and distress, Joanna. From Penny Olson, to the board of the Bellevue School District. As parents of a student in the Bellevue School District, we support and respect the teachers in their wishes to resume in-person school safely. The highly contagious UK variant B.1.1.7 is now in Washington state. The CDC predicts this variant will be the dominant one by March. In-person teaching should not resume until all teachers and staff are vaccinated and provided with optimal PPE. Although we all prefer in-person instruction, teachers and students alike, it is not worth the death or long-term disability of a single teacher, staff member, or student. Best regard, Dr. Penny Olson and Andrew Bernard. From Stephanie All Justice. Dear Dr. Duran, BSD School Board, Ms. Collin, Ms. DeVita, Mr. Harrison, and other decision makers in our district. I absolutely support the district's back to school plan as detailed by Dr. Duran's letter to our community yesterday. His letter was timely and on point. It is time to get students back into school. It is past time, in my opinion. I urge the district to stick with its plan for rolling out in-person learning for grades K through 2 and to accelerate the rollout of in-person learning for grades 3 through 12. I was beyond disgusted with the vote of teachers last night to effectively strike this week in breach of their contract. This work stoppage and it is a stoppage, no matter how they try to spin the idea of asynchronous learning being okay for Thursday and Friday, is illegal and needs to be dealt with. Disciplinary action needs to be taken against anyone who violates their work contract. I am ready to volunteer and help the district however I can to get the kids back to in-person school. As I have detailed in other emails, in-person learning is safe for the vast majority of people. I support at-risk teacher people getting vaccinated before returning to in-person teaching, but for the rest of the population, COVID-19 is a mild disease. Our students are being harmed by the continuance of remote learning, and when places like New York City public schools shows us that the virus transmission rate is actually lower in a school setting, when places like Meade School District in our own Washington State have held in-person schools since September without virus spikes, there is no excuse for BSD remaining in a remote setting. I absolutely support any teacher who continues to teach this week, who crosses the line and does not leave students flailing. AP exam dates and IB exam dates will not be moved because of a teacher strike in Bellevue. Mental health problems among children will not decrease because of a strike. So I thank every teacher who is willing to continue to teach this week. Stand strong, Dr. Duran. Please do everything in your power to accelerate rolling out in-person learning for all students in Bellevue, grades K through 12. Sincerely, Stephanie Aljustice. From Karen Jackson. I am an in-person second grade teacher who is grateful for the opportunity to teach my students in class. I see the safety protocols and can report that all of my students are able to wear the masks all day, wash their hands several times during school time, and socially distance. At-home virtual instruction was difficult for them. Technology was a big hurdle, and I was helpless to help them with microphone, connectivity, and laptop malfunctioning issues. Some students are working without adult support. Some don't have adults in the home. I can't in good conscience support the asynchronous learning model now being implemented by my BEA. My voice should be heard. Please reach out to me if you have any questions. Continue the process of bringing back our youngest learners and keep our special ed, EL, and at-risk learner in our safe school environment. Thank you, Karen Jackson, second grade, Somerset Elementary. From Claire Morrison. Respected school superintendent and member of the school board, thank you for your service in our community. Our family stands behind you in your decision to reopen schools and would like to see a plan for all grades to be back in school as soon as possible. I am ready to volunteer or help in any way needed. Having in-person school closed since March has strained our family in many ways. Again and again.
Thank you very much. All public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following receipt of the comments. Director Serafin, did you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say I recognize that we ran out of time, but if there were others that you had hoped to get through, I know that for me, I would be amenable and happy to make a motion to just allow a few more minutes if you think reading a few more is valuable. I don't know if there's a second to this motion, but I do.
Basically, they did alternate. We did have far more public comments submitted. So it was challenging whether to select them proportionally or just to balance out the viewpoints. So I think we heard most of the main viewpoints that were submitted. There were a lot of form letters as well that were submitted, but we also tried not to select ones to be read aloud that had we chose ones that had less inflammatory language, but all of them will be available in print.
Okay.
All right, so thank you. So let me just, I think I've read all of the required statements, but again, really do want to emphasize that we did read them.
If I can just jump in really quick, Francine,
Yes.
I would say that a number of the emails we got had portions in them that are contradictory to our policy of not attacking specific personnel. And so that's probably part of the problem. Those specific ad hominem attacks are not permitted in our public comment, and there were a lot of them. So it's also something to bear in mind.
So I think we'll just echo again that as we want to model the values of our district as a community as a whole, and really calling on everyone to have that respect, model that compassion. And so we are, as I said earlier, the directors are reading it. We are absorbing the pain from our community. And while we are not responding to each one individually, most of the comments, all the comments that come to board at bsd405.org do receive an auto response and are logged. Many were sent to directors individually. We urge you to use only our district email addresses and not other email addresses. And those we also attempted to log so that we have all of them as well and provide at least an auto response to most of them. But do know that they were read even if you did not receive an auto response or a personal response. All right, so moving on. The next item on our agenda then is we moved number 8 to be immediately after public comment. So we're now doing COVID updates, return to buildings and remote learning update. So the first one on there is item 8.1. Dr. Duran?
Yeah, I'll hand that part over to Jeff, and then I'll kick in at 8.2. Jeff?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Before you have an action item that is unfortunately a continuation of having to do a reduction in force for our nutrition services staff. Previously this year, we did a reduction with some of our early learning program staff, and this is an additional 12 staff members that we have had to reduce their positions. And our hope is, as we are able to continue to open up our buildings later in the spring, that we get a chance to bring back these employees.
Directors, are there any questions? It is with great sadness that we present this, and it is this the second one of these that we unfortunately have to do. Yes, Dr. Chu.
Thank you, Dr. Wiest, and thank you, Dr. Thomas. Can you tell us a little bit more about what it would take for us to be able to bring these folks back online? Because I know that we are continuing to serve remote meals, and now as we bring students into the building, we're bringing we are serving more students as well. So any information you have about what it would take for these folks to have an opportunity to work with us?
Yes, for us, it would really mean that we would have to dramatically expand the amount of meals that we're serving for our students. Because of the pandemic this year, we have reduced almost 2/3 of our entire nutrition services staff because of the reduction in meals. So it would take a significant increase in meals and or the number of students in our buildings before we would be able to add staff back again. And as an example, for our elementary schools, we would need to have students there for more than a half day to actually have the meals.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Dr. Chu.
Sorry, one more. This is Christine Chu again. I just want to understand, will we do anything to increase potential grab and go services so that in addition to the main pickup centers, since now all of our elementary schools will be serving students in person, will there be grab and go opportunities for food pickup on the sites they're already going to be at, or is that already happening?
I think in many places that's already happening, but I believe our director, Wendy Wire, is doing everything she can to expand services. But a lot of it is really a matter of, do we have enough meals at a particular site that it would be cost effective? And Melissa, you might want to add to that. Just anything
Yes,
from Wendy.
thank you. We are not doing grab and go when the students leave because there's a lot of concerns about food allergies, kids choking on buses. So there's just a lot of concerns about some pretty significant impacts it could have on students. And but we are delivering meals to all of the childcare facilities in the area, and for both students that are attending in the morning and students that are attending in the afternoon, so that they can either eat after they get out of school if they're going to childcare or before. And then we do have all of our grab and go sites that are located throughout our community that don't go until they happen between 3 and 5 in the evening. And parents pick up food for the next day. And an individual parent does not have to be there. They can have somebody else in their community pick up the meals for them if they would like, so that if they're working or whatever, we can make sure that we still get meals out to them.
All right. Any other questions? All right, Dr. Thomas, what is the procedure? Do we need to take a vote on this, or is it?
Yes, you'll need to take a vote because it is an action item.
Okay. So we are voting on the action for a second reduction in force impacting an additional 12 employees as listed. Do I have a second?
I'll second reluctantly.
All right. Thank you. All those voting aye? Okay, so we have 5 directors.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have organized. This is Christine Chu again. I just want to understand what happens to these folks when we reduce force like this. Is there anything we're doing to continue to provide benefits, or where are we directing them, and how are we helping ensure that they are able to meet their essential needs at this time?
Director Chu, we actually have been carrying as many supports for our employees as we can. Many of these employees have been on furlough since the beginning of the school year. And so we tried to extend out that furlough period as long as we could, so the district would continue to pay their health insurance, even though they were not working. But what happens is we get so far down the road, and the nutrition services budget is a self-sustaining budget, that we really get into a point where there's no other cost. So at this point, what happens is they are eligible for unemployment benefits. They've been eligible for unemployment benefits during the furlough period, and they have, by their contract, the first right of recall once a new position is in place. In addition, we do everything we can to see if there are other positions within the district for which they're qualified, and that's something consistently that we've been doing over time.
All right, anything else? All right, Dr. Thomas, thank you for your work on this. I believe from looking at everyone's faces, we sincerely hope that we will not have to do more of these anytime soon.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 8.2,
Yep.
COVID updates.
I'll kick it off, do a little update today, and then hand it off to Eva, and then I think we want to do questions. Is that correct, Dr. Wiest?
Yes.
All right, Mike can go ahead and pull this presentation up and just go through this so hopefully you all can see this. So just want to give you a little bit of update on how today went. Again, we had the agreement come in yesterday. We were working to ensure that we could communicate with our families, especially our second grade families and families that are receiving in-person services as quickly as we could yesterday. But I did just want to share a little bit of some highlights. So, again, last Thursday we talked about, being able to go out, but, this is a picture of one of our schools, and I have seen this posted on social media claiming that the kids were hugging each other, but I do want to just correctly state that this was a virtual hug, 6 feet apart, from students who were just expressing great joy at seeing each other for the first time, in a very, very long time. So I think that photo really just captures the essence and joy of seeing our students return. Next slide. I also want to, call and emphasize, we have, 61, hybrid classrooms, and we had about 55 of our educators in person today. The rest of our educators were doing additional prep or training, so they had that choice today in order to do that. And so, we're really grateful for all of our educators' work today to start, this transition into in-person. I think this picture just highlights again just the physical distancing that we have in place in our schools. And as I've gone to visit classrooms, I see it very clearly. Some situations, as attendance, grows and develops, in one classroom last week where there was, 2 students in the room, and other places where there were, 6 students, so I think as we see more numbers increase, we'll be able to have more students in our classrooms, but still following all the physical distancing guidelines. Next slide, please. Just so everyone is aware, for our second grade in person, again, which started last Thursday, it's about 791 students that chose that. And again, just really remind everyone that, we asked our families, that we're currently in virtual or hybrid if they wanted to switch, and so these are families that clearly indicated that they want in-person services for a variety of reasons. So I truly believe that the students that have chosen hybrid are the ones that really do need and want the in-person services. Today we had about 89% attendance rate, which is really great. That's increased from Thursday and Friday. Thursday attendance rate was about 76%, and Friday was about 78%. And so, and I just quickly call out the sign that you see there posted, "We're glad you're back." That's just a really great example of one thing that our team has done. This is our facilities team, did some really great, materials and work just to, really welcome and create a joyous, feeling, for, our students, families, and educators who are coming back. That also, translates into some other things that they did inside of our schools. Next slide. This is the attendance rate for today, and you can see, breaking it down by school. There's a really, wide range in terms of, from 100% to 55%, but we're definitely keeping track of this. Again, the numbers went up, by about 10% today, and, it's really exciting to see, more of our students return to our schools. I know that our executive directors are working closely with, school leaders to, talk about these numbers and to find out what they can do to better support students and families, find out if there's anything that they can do to help families. And I know most of our leaders in our schools have been reaching out, and they have a really good handle on understanding exactly, what is going on with nearly every family. Next slide, please. And finally, I think previously, as we've always had a commitment to, is make sure that we're breaking our data down. And I think this just shows the data, by our subgroups, and our Hispanic is the lowest right now. I think they were like at 65% last week, and so we see that number definitely increase this week. And again, our schools have been reaching out to families, and for a variety of reasons, whether it's families, not wanting to have their students with a different teacher last week, to some families that had some other things going on, they weren't able to come back on the day that we started. We do expect to see these numbers go up, and we will continue to reach out to families as best as possible. And I think that wraps it up for me. So, actually, no, we have one more. Thank you. Go, Mike, one more slide. So, again, just breaking it down, just another cut of the data. It shows our English language learners, our multi-language learners, students who receive special education services, and our students who qualify for the federal meal program. So again, we are just seeing, good attendance in this in-person services, And I think it's important that we just keep track of that. We are keeping track of this on a daily basis. We had a little bit of confusion on the first day, just with different people taking attendance, but we seem to have that worked out now. So these are pretty accurate numbers that we have here. So that's all I have to present to share a little bit.
Can you clarify what the percent means? Can you clarify, does that percent mean the percent of our students of that background overall, or the percent of our students of that group that signed up to attend? I don't know what the percentage is of.
Percent, my understanding, Eva, you can help me out of that if this is right, it's percent of our students in that particular group that have attended.
Percent of the 791, the percentage of that subgroup that are intended to attend school in person. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And Eva, is there anything else you would add for the in-person, and then we can go to some questions?
I would just say that it was like the first day of school in many ways, being out there. You know, I was out there last week, but it was like the first day of school. The kids had the first day of school jitters. I had the first day of school jitters and had the opportunity to teach second grade. It was absolutely a thrill. And I just can't overstate that about how just emotionally satisfying it was to be together, even though it was small group. Kids did not complain once about their masks, and they were super compliant. The schools have routines in place for bringing the kids in. And so I think I felt really good about it, honestly. And we were smart to start small, because I can see that it may have been far more challenging if we'd had a lot of kids there on that first day.
Right, Dr. Wiest, I think if you wanted to run through questions, how did you want to do this part now?
Yeah, we'll do that. And we do have a question about whether, do we have a separate presentation for the remote learning portion? Because I do want to make sure then that we save time for that. Is there additional updates on remote learning for 8.3?
Mr. Collins, do we have a separate
I
presentation?
don't have an additional presentation.
Yeah, we understand. We're just going to go with the questions for the
right. So we'll focus on this. If directors, if you do have a question about remote learning as we go around, just put that in as well. So we won't be taking a separate round then for that. Dr. Chu.
I have several questions, and I have one that's rather large, but I'm not going to lead with it. I just want to start with those small questions. Well, they're not small, they're actually quite significant. I'd like to know how our protocols went and how teachers found their way using the safety protocols, how comfortable they felt, whether any adjustments had to be made, and what we've learned about the safety and risk mitigation process for teachers, students, and for all staff.
Yeah, we can have someone answer that question specifically. I don't know if we want to have maybe the directors, Eva, but one thing I would just say that, you know, both on Thursday and Friday, we did sessions at the end of the day just to kind of check in and see how things were going. You know, we have standing meetings, you know, that we've had in place where we run through literally every department from transportation to nutrition services, athletics, and we were able to run through, you know, and I know facilities ran relatively smooth. We didn't have anything that popped up, you know, transportation reported, you know, we had low numbers that came in, you know, for during that time. But Eva, do you want to talk specifically to answer the question around some of the safety protocols and what we learned that day?
I can only go based on my own perspective and what I saw and what our principals reported, that that it went smoothly. But asking that question, Christine, I think it would be worthwhile after all of our teachers have been in, because as you can see, we only had 55% of our teachers actually in, to survey them. You know, when we surveyed parents, we got tremendously positive feedback, overwhelmingly positive, and lots of it, lots and lots of feedback. Quick, we had Naomi conducted a very quick survey, and they did report went smoothly, seemed to go very smooth. So there were a couple of questions that they had about things, but all in all, extremely positive. From the teacher's perspective, perhaps after we've had all of our teachers come in, then we could survey them and see how that went, which would be Thursday.
It would be great to know how they felt about that, but it would also be great to understand the processes that are in place to make sure that we are proactively seeking that feedback and also monitoring and moderating and adjusting compliance and practices. And I also wanted to know what practices we have in place to ensure that the risk mitigation strategies are followed with vigilance and persistence over time as people become comfortable and complacent. I want to make sure that we don't let up any of our vigilance. So I'd like to know what processes are in place to ensure we have continued adherence and support and that we have feedback loops that are regular.
Well, I'm really glad you asked that because that's a big part of our new MOU. It's a big part. That's one of the #1 concerns about returning in person for our educators has been the safety protocols. Are they being followed? You know, how can we monitor and adjust and make sure that these protocols are followed? They're not always willfully disregarded. There's sometimes we're just learning these new protocols, but how can we adjust that and make sure that these things are followed? And so that is part of every school having that safety and health and safety team. And we outlined a very specific process for any individual who either witnesses or is subject to witnessing a protocol not being followed or a process or has any issue with that. We outlined a very specific and timely process to address that. And so the next thing that we've talked about is setting up a district level central team to monitor that at a district level, because that'll all be happening at the school level and we won't necessarily know how these things are working out unless we collect that centrally. Kelly, was there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I spent the...
Dr. Aramaki, Executive Director of Schools.
Pardon me.
Oh, hi, sorry about that, yeah. I spent the first 2 days at Ardmore. It was great to be there. I think what we saw, because there were so few kids, you know, on the first day with just second grade, that, I mean, we just over-prepared. I wanted to say that our classified staff did an incredible job just running all the protocols and procedures, and they have, you know, 3 different entrances and 3 different exits all planned, but with so few kids, they still maintained using all those different entrances so that they could practice their procedures. And then as I observed in the office, you could just see, I mean, I think a good group of people to ask is the office managers, because they're the ones who are facilitating all the questions and things about which bathrooms to use, what's the protocol, what do you do when there's a tub of wipes that are missing. And so just watching Kelly Nordstrom, the office manager at Ardmore, she was a great person to kind of facilitate what was working, what wasn't working. But like Eva said, Director Eva Collins said, it was good to start out small so that we could see what was working and what needed to be fixed. But I do think to ask the teachers as they come in about what's working and what's not. And I do think that the school safety teams are going to be critical for gathering and collecting that information. So as a system, we can have all of that information kind of shared up, but we do want to start by having schools develop those processes for collecting information about what's working and not.
Thank you. All right, Director Serafin.
Thank you. I just wanted to build on what Executive Director Aramaki just said. I know we spoke previously with Deputy Superintendent DeVita about literally having a survey every day, like a touch base with teachers. And I think that's really important, as well as a way to escalate in real time if they have any concern. It feels like there's kind of 2 ways. One is, how did you feel about your day? And I think that constant pulse is important, frankly, so that we can rebuild trust, and also so that teachers have a way to contact us directly and don't have to go through multiple other people. And I think the other piece is more maybe operational on the supplies side. Like if there's any hiccup, if teachers can immediately know that they have a tool to let us know. then we also, I guess on our receiving end, would see a constellation of, things all seem to be coming from one place. So I want to just make sure that that's something we keep top of mind so that, there's really 100% fidelity to the very protocols we've outlined.
So I'd just like to say those things are already in place. We have a place where anybody can go in and say, we need masks, we need thermometers, we need whatever, and it goes straight to Connie Soga, who manages the warehouse and can expedite getting things to buildings, and so that's in place. We also have a place where people can go in and they can either provide us their name or not provide us their name and tell us about things that they're seeing that are not aligned to protocols, and they just need to say what building it's at, and then we can follow up with them, and we will be reporting on those things. We'll be accumulating them, and we can see if there are trends or other things happening, so that across buildings or in buildings, so that we can make sure we follow up with those and take corrective action and retrain and do the things that we need to do to ensure that they are continuing to be implemented with fidelity. So both of those things are in place. Eva mentioned the surveying that we do want to get started pretty quickly when on Thursday when teachers are back in place. And then there are actually two different teams at the schools. One team is around continuing expansion of grades, and the other is the safety team that is made up of all the people with specific COVID roles. So there's, there's the senior COVID person, there's the person that's in charge of attestations, there's the person who oversees the isolation room. There's like 5 or 6 different roles at every building. That group is to meet weekly and just to follow up with how they're doing in their building. And so there's a number of different things already in place to make sure that we are implementing with fidelity.
Thank you. I think Director Watson has some questions.
Yes, hi, this is Carolyn Watson. I want to make a statement about my opinion on all of this, and then I want to follow it with some questions. I submitted 18 questions to the district administration, and obviously there's not time for 18 questions. So I've narrowed it down to 2 that John Harrison has had hopefully time to prepare. And so here, with no further ado here. Okay, so in my opinion, the decision to open schools to in-person learning, as well as the governor's decision tree, is based on what I believe to be incomplete data. Both on the national and state level, this data on school transmission has been voluntarily collected and is therefore not comprehensive and not based on widely testing asymptomatic children. I base my opinion on the Seattle Times' recent attempts to track down the state data, a statement about the nature of the data made by national researcher Emily Oster to CNN, and on an opinion on the quality of the national data in the Washington Post authored by Johns Hopkins researchers. This is also echoed by Vin Gupta of UW's IHME and other international researchers. The decision to reopen schools to in-person learning rests on the notion that the risk of falling behind in academics and the risk to the mental health of the students outweighs the non-zero risk of community transmission due to the opening. The likelihood of this being successful will increase with high-quality masks, with excellent ventilation, and as community transmission rates go down. Since the reasons the district is returning to in-person instruction while there is still risk of coronavirus transmission is to further the mental health of our students through social contact in the classroom, I believe that these needs should be addressed immediately for the grades that are not returning to in-person learning right away, with particular emphasis on the senior class. This could take the form of outdoor social activities in addition to the current sports offering for secondary students. Now, since I have said there that the likelihood of success is going to increase with high quality masks and excellent ventilation, my questions will center around that. I did find a quote from Joseph Allen, who's one of the authors of the Harvard Chan School Public Health guidelines that we've been using, and he's updated a pandemic playbook for the new year. And he says, you must have universal masking in schools, we know this, and we are well beyond the point where any mask will do. 3-layer surgical mask for teachers and adults who are at higher risk. A surgical mask with a cloth mask on top of it can get you over 91% efficiency for particles. So obviously he's He's a proponent of opening schools. He's referencing the adults in the room. But I want to know, how are we ensuring that every student is wearing either a high quality surgical mask or a fabric mask of at least 2 layers of protection at all times? And who will inspect the student masks for quality? That was my first question. And my second question is also referenced by the same expert, where he says, if you can't update the ventilation, the secret weapon lies in portable air cleaners with HEPA filters, which cost, you know, a couple of $100s each. And he says it's simple technology, you turn it in, it's done. So for schools with HVAC systems that were not able to be upgraded with MERV 13 filters, what have we done to increase the ventilation there? So those are my 2 questions. The quality of the masks on the students, and what have we done to upgrade ventilation if we couldn't get the system to take a MERV 13?
Thank you, Director Watson. John Harrison, Chief of Staff, and I did seek answers to your questions. And to answer the question on masks, we have Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Heather Edlund, ready to share some information with you.
Yeah, hi, good evening. This is Heather Edlund, Executive Director. And yes, I was able to speak with Carrie Lang, who's been working really closely with King County Department of Health with respect to what we need to do to monitor our students and their masks. So as you're aware, each student that comes in has a close set of eyes put on them because we are taking the temperature of every student. So as each student arrives, their temperature is taken. That's also the opportunity for us to be looking closely at each child's mask to determine that it is meeting the criteria that you're stating. So for example, that it does not have the valve, that it's at least 2 layers thick, that it fits snugly around the up over the nose, along the chin and our cheeks and down under the chin, and that it's meeting the compliance. So if any individual is looking at that when the student comes in, and actually having been at both Stevenson Thursday and Friday and then Woodridge today, knowing that there's actually multiple adults that are putting their eyes on children. There's because we're physically distancing the kids as they're coming in. So there's actually multiple people before they're even getting their temperature taken that are looking at the students. When they get there though, if the child has a mask that does not appear to be compliant, we have a large quantity of compliant masks. So the district supplied cloth masks that are multiple layers that are compliant, as well as child-sized procedural masks. And so we have masks that we can give to students to exchange. So right now I'm talking about the child-sized mask because we're talking about our youngest children returning. I know you talked a little bit about older children as well. We do have masks, adult-sized masks as well. So we have a variety of sizes of masks that cover from our youngest learners all the way to our high school students in order to ensure that they have a compliant mask.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Was there a second part?
The ventilation part?
Yeah, the second question was for schools with HVAC systems, and HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems that were not able to be upgraded with MERV 13 filters. And MERV stands for Minimum Efficiency Reporting Value.
Oh, good job on the acronyms.
Yeah, I had to look up MERV, to be honest, to increase ventilation. And I asked Jack McLeod, Director of Facilities, to help out with an answer here. So Jack's prepared an answer. I'm not sure if Jack is still with us. Is Jack still with us?
Yeah.
He is.
So Jack, do you want to answer verbally, or would you like me to read the answer that you provided me?
Go ahead and provide the response there, and if there's any follow-up, I can address that.
Thank you, Jack.
Using the MERV 13 filter, well, more dense than the MERV 8 as an example, cause the mechanical equipment to work harder and be more restrictive to airflow if the system's not designed for the higher density filters. We try to use higher MERV rated filters whenever possible without overtaxing the equipment that could result in the premature burnout of a fan motor, which would render the ventilation system in that area of the building useless until a replacement motor could be installed. All of the mechanical systems in the district elementary schools are double filtered. In each system, the main air handler are using filters ranging from MERV 8 to MERV 11. The air handlers then push the air out to the individual fan coil units in individual classrooms or spaces where the air is filtered with MERV 8 to 13 range filters. We've been replacing these filters now every 3 months rather than the standard 4 months change out that we were doing prior to COVID. All elementary school HVAC systems have increased the use of outside air by an additional 10%, which further dilutes the filtered air. The downside is that the building temperatures are cooler than normal because of the ambient outside air temperatures at this time of the year. Our HVAC staff have verified building ventilation by taking CO2 readings. They set a baseline by taking a CO2 reading outside, then they take subsequent readings inside the building. The CO2 readings inside the buildings tend to be equivalent to the outside CO2 readings, and this verifies the amount of fresh outside air being introduced into the buildings through the HVAC system. CO2 sample readings will continue to be taken throughout the remainder of the school year. In addition, all elementary schools have opening windows. By code, these windows must have a detente that allows the window to only be open to a maximum of 4 inches. Mechanical systems are started a minimum of 2 hours prior to staff occupancy and 2 hours after staff and students leave the building. This 2 hour before and after flushes the HVAC system prior to the system returning to normal air distribution during occupied times. We have also purchased up to 40 portable HEPA filter units that we have, and we have distributed some of these to schools that have the older systems that are still efficient, that are still well maintained, but we do have them out there as kind of a, if you will, belt and suspenders approach to things. And we have additional ones in our warehouse that we can send out in situations that require it.
Wow, so thank you for putting all that on the, the audio record for the parents who may be concerned to be able to hear.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks. Dr. Malif, do you have any comments?
Yes, thank you. This is Erica Malif. Dr. Duran, you cited a number of comments received from parents about how thrilled their second graders were to be in school, and that aligns perfectly with everything that we received as the board, and I don't think we heard anything from any parent saying this didn't really go very well. But I'd like to know, are you planning to continue in 2 weeks and 3 weeks and a month to ask our families how remote learning is going, in-person learning is going? The reason I'm asking this is, everyone is excited about the first day of school, and our second grader, our kids haven't been in buildings in 11 months, 10 months, 11 months. They're super excited. I'm excited. I'm excited for my children. But in a month or in 2 months, as this is different from what they've known before, as they're having to keep distance from their friends and not hug, I would like to know that it's still going well or not well, and so that we can make adjustments, because we want our kids in school in order to support their mental health, support the connection with their peers, support their learning in an in-person environment. But if that's not going well, then we need to know that so we can make adjustments. Is there a plan to continue to survey families as we move forward?
Yes, Dr. Milif, yes, we do have a plan to continue to do some surveys. The one that we did this week, is just to capture, students' experience, families' experience right off the bat. It does give us a lot of information, and we do have plans to do it. They're really designed to be just short, surveys so that we can gather some information quickly. There's some ratings in there that we used this time that I think was really helpful, but we do plan on doing that. And, I think even in alignment with some of the pieces we've done around sense of belonging, I think we want to just make sure we even, stay tight in that area, because I think that as students come back, and interact with their peers, I agree completely with you. We want to kind of do a check and see, make sure that it's going well, find out what's working, find out what may not be working, so we continue to make adjustments. And I think that's going to be really important for us as we gather more information and as we expand to other grade levels, so that we can just continue to improve. So yes, it is part of the plan.
Okay, Dr. Chu, I know you have some more comments. I'm going to make just one statement, and then we should just be mindful of time and determine what are ones that we need to address today in this meeting and what are ones that perhaps we can put in writing and then follow up. So I just wanted to say kind of kudos and a big thanks to the the bus drivers, the classified staff, the nurses, office managers, custodians, and everyone who really worked diligently to put the processes into place and contribute to making sure that the district meets or exceeds the expectations, all of those protocols. So just that it takes many, many people being deeply involved and to make this work. I'm also looking forward to just hearing how we continue to adapt, continue to exceed those standards, and then with that, really strengthen the communication with our students, families, and educators and staff, whether it's for things that may be perceived as major changes or even small reminders, like it sounds like, hey, the buildings are cooler than you might expect, maybe, bundle up a little bit more. So any things like that. And then also just being mindful that the way things have always been done in the past maybe are not the way that we want to continue in the future. So for example, if a student does have a substitute teacher in the past, that might just be something that happened and there wasn't a notice home, but perhaps these are times to really consider whether some of those things of the way we used to do it could be done better. So just looking forward to hearing about those, looking forward to the survey data. Dr. Chu, what else did you want to bring up?
All right. I'm going to make a short statement. I'm going to raise two topics, and one of them is a super short question, and the other one is a larger body of question that I don't think we'll address tonight, but I want to bring it up tonight because I think it's critical. So first statement, I just want to say, in all this talk about going back to buildings, I don't want to lose the phenomenal work that all of our educators, all of our staff, really our district staff, are at all levels, have been doing to find creative solutions to provide quality remote learning to our students. And I want to appreciate the amount of time, effort, and creativity, flexibility, and work that everyone is putting in. That's a big deal. And sometimes it gets lost in this. And just because we're saying that the needs of all kids are not being met the way we want fully in remote, that is not at all in any way a commentary on the quality of effort and intent and creativity and work that our teachers are doing. So I just want to appreciate them very, very, very much because I know they are an inspiration and a lifeline to my family in many ways, and they have been for years and years. And I am deeply touched by the work that they have done over these past 10 months, and I am deeply appreciative for it. So thank you very much. That said, I have two questions to ask, so just want to move to a different topics. The short question, which I will not pause right now for an answer to, I can address afterwards, is with the new back to schools agreement with our educators, I want to know what that means for the back to school or return to buildings plan that we have posted on the internet. Is that plan still guiding our decision making and still helping direct us? Can families still look at that big plan that's posted and get some sense of what's next? How does it fit together? So we definitely are going to need some clarity there. And then the second question area that I want to bring up is, I guess I'm going to call it the elephant in the room. There's been a lot of comments, about equity and how all of our decisions right now relate to our commitment to equity. And that is probably the single most driving thing that I care about in our district. The commitment that we have all made, every one of us at every level, to focus on the well-being, physical, social, mental, whole person of each and every student in our district. And so there's been a lot of stuff where we've had to say, how are things to each and every student? And then to also acknowledge that there are groups that have been marginalized by our system and aren't fully served. Those groups vary. There are many different groups, whether they be based on race or ethnicity, students who are Black, students who are Latino, whether they're students with disabilities, students learning English who speak other languages, students receiving free and reduced lunch, students with needing mental health supports. There are many, many, many groups. And one of the things that I've been trying to do is understand how our decisions can be made in a way that is truly equitable and really puts all equity on the table. So I'm going to share some of the things I've been watching and looking at and searching for answers, because I think there are a lot of pieces to equity. There's equity of health, and there's equity of well-being, and there's equity of mental health, and there's the economic implications to health and well-being and safety, and that extends to our students, but it also extends to our families and to our staff. And I have genuinely been trying to look at all the data and understand what it's telling us. So I have looked and seen that of our families who signed up to come back to remote learning, I've seen that we have a disproportionate number of families from students of color, from almost every group that we've marginalized that I listed, is disproportionately signed up to come back. I see disproportionate impacts on many of those groups in everything from the data on engagement and attendance, to our data on grades and effective engagement, to student connectedness, to it's just a very long list of things. But we also know that making decisions about people means involving people. So I also know that our staff has reached out, and I have met and talked to families from these different groups of people and asked them, how are you doing? I know that our MLL facilitators at some schools went and called all of our families who didn't speak English and asked them and gave them the situation and the details and said, here's really what's going on. Do you have questions? What's going on? What do you want to do? What are your feelings? And their answers and their responses confirmed this data. I've also seen that we have employee groups that have been in our buildings operating that tend to be lower compensated employee groups, and groups that have a more diverse makeup, who have been working in our schools and are economically dependent, and have been putting themselves on the front line. And I see the folks we're laying off right now who fall into similar categories. And I also see worries about disproportionate health impacts to people in these same groups. So I don't think the equity puzzle has a simple answer, but I'd like to understand, because I see it being used almost as a weapon. Like, so one group calls out equity, another group calls out equity. It's not a weapon, it's our kids and our teachers and our families. So I would like to understand how our district is using this data to make its decisions, and how we use this data when we collaborate with our staff to make decisions that affect students, families, and staff. So anything, I mean, like, I'm going to keep looking at every bit of data and talking to families. When I talk to families of color, I hear different responses from different families. It's not one thing or the other, which I think is another reason to emphasize how important it is that we're providing multiple options and multiple pathways to address issues right now. And I also want to not minimize the issues that I'm seeing with students' mental health and students' well-being on many fronts. But all of these things are factors. So Dr. Duran, can you help me understand the approach, the tools, and the way that you and your staff, and in your collaboration with other organizations, whether it's the BEA or another union group or with families, how do you view and account for equitable response to everybody and equitable opportunity when you make these decisions?
But I think that we could probably go around to every one of our team members, and they could all probably give an example around how we prioritize our students. But I think first and foremost, I think what we continually go back to as we think about our work is that we constantly go back to our vision around what we want to see for our students. We go back to how we want to affirm and inspire them. We know we want them to be creators of the future world. That's why so much of the work we're thinking about how we repurpose some of our strategic plan becomes so important. I also believe that we we have, worked, a lot with the critical criteria, and I think we continually go back and say that we don't want the critical criteria to be this checklist of things that we do. And I truly believe that, members of our team, continually think about, who are we serving, who are we not serving, what can we improve? And so all the different data sources I think we utilize to try to help us in making the next best decision. And I don't feel that we get it right all the time, but then we will adjust and make, the necessary changes so we can better serve our students. But I think for me, what I, especially thinking about the in-person and remote experience that our students have, is that it really has been a variety. There's a real variable experiences that, families have had, students have had. We know that our students of color, students who receive special education services, language learners, students who are experiencing poverty and homelessness, they're the ones that are being impacted the most. And the thing about it is that we're not through this yet. We're not through this in any way. I did a presentation at the chamber on Monday, and one of the questions was, why are we losing enrollment? And, as we've discussed it, there's numerous reasons, but we know many of our families can no longer afford to live here in Bellevue because they lost their jobs. So we know that families are suffering. And so we continually just take this data and make adjustments in different areas. And like I said, I really do believe that we could probably go through everybody on this call right now, and everybody can give you an example of what we do to do that. But I feel that, as we continually do this, I think a lot of what we've been talking about is how do we really center some of our work around what is it that we really want to be for, and just continue to go back to what I said earlier, that we know that the common thing that we all have is prioritizing our students, and that's what we will continue to do, and then making adjustments so we can better serve them. A couple examples of, I think, how I've seen it play out. Even today, when I came into the board meeting here into the offices, I ran into one of our family engagement specialists, and we had just a quick conversation because he's been attending the Eastside Pathways organizations and just talking about all the different things that they're doing to support them. But we know that many of our families are deeply appreciative for the in-person service that they're getting. So we know that it's having an impact. So I know that some of the important thing that's there, it's anecdotal, but I think it's important. Last Thursday and Friday when I visited, I received a lot of thanks from families for opening up our buildings, and so those aren't necessarily data points that we take, but they're good checkpoints for me to know that some of the work that we're doing is the right work to do. But I just go back and say that, we have multiple data points, we're continually looking at them, and then we make adjustments on how we can better serve, our students in the best way possible.
Thanks. So we are, I know sounds like
there was
there's
a
more
question
people.
that didn't get answered. There was also the other question.
So I can answer that really quickly in terms of the back to the buildings plan. And I'm assuming you're talking about the various stages that were up there, stages 1 through 6. Those were updated to reflect the Department of Health update. And they do still align with the MOU with one exception, and that is that we did put an upper limit in the MOU for stage 2, where the Department of Health does not have an upper limit at all. That upper limit for us is only about continuing expansion. It's not about not having in-person services. So it's about continuing to expand the broad grade level rollout, not having in-person services. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay, so it looks like there's some more comments. We are at the end of our extended time. However, some of the comments, and I really thank Dr. Chu for really outlining. I think you hit on many of the aspects of equity, and then also talking about things that would be in our discussion coming up on goal 1. So I think we could shorten some of our time on goal 1 because we are delving into that a bit now. So unless there's an objection to that, that's what we're going to do. And then people can make a couple more comments so we can wrap this portion up and then move on to make sure that we do have enough time to at least complete our discussion protocol for goal 1. Does anyone else have? Okay, Director Serafan.
Okay, well, thank you. I will try to be additive and not repeat topics that I think Directors Watson and Chu already covered. I just wanted to acknowledge that I think our community has gone through something really hard, and it's worth noting that, and I think maybe considering the best way to move forward. And I think for me, it comes down to focusing on what we have in common, which is really a shared compassion and love for our students, as well as a shared respect and support for our teachers. And those two things go together, and they're not mutually exclusive. There are no villains here. I think everyone is in strong support of our students. And I just want to think about a few places where I've been thinking and share that. First of all, our superintendent. I support our superintendent in trying to bring back our students who've elected to come back to the classrooms as part of hybrid education. I know there's distrust right now. I just want to share that for what it's worth, in every conversation I think I've ever had with Dr. Duran over the almost 3 years I've been on the board, he's almost always emphasized that quality of instruction is key to student learning and outcomes. And he's always expressed a genuine compassion for teachers. So on the topic of teachers, I will just say, I value teachers, and I literally don't want the health of a single teacher or staff member to be the price of any student going back. And so I think we have to get this right, and I believe we will. On a personal note, I was a student in our district, 1st grade through 12th grade, and it was important to me that my kids be in this district too. And it was not just for instruction. It's because I really believe that each of my kids is a different person and a better person because of having known teachers, that they shaped and changed who they were. And they would not have been as well off if they had only known, me and my husband. So I really thank them. And I want them to know that we have struggled and have asked the questions and are going to hold ourselves as a community accountable, because none of us want to go to bed at night thinking that you're losing sleep for your own safety of your own life or that of your family. I also want to just say that there's no place in our community for anybody to be denigrating our teachers, or certainly not threatening them. So we have heard of situations where teachers have been threatened over this and received hate mail, and that has just no place in this community. And I hope everybody's crystal clear on that. I also just want to talk a little bit about our students. I think Dr. Chu expressed this beautifully, just that there are a variety of needs, and we want to meet all of those needs. And this is not just about children who are seeking to get ahead in multivariable calculus and see if they can compete with the Estonians on who's best at math at the youngest age. This is student needs across a variety of grades, across a variety of needs, including needing to be with teachers, needing to be with their peers, and developing appropriately at stages where if they don't develop at the stage, it is lost and it cannot easily be recovered. So we are coming at this not just from one vector, but across our entire community. We have heard from students themselves pleading for coming back, saying that they are scared for their own futures. We've heard from parents, we've heard from teachers, counselors, and all of you. So we just are expressing to you that this was a challenging decision, because we don't hold all the answers, but we are trying to use every tool we have to be able to do best by the two ingredients that make our community really special, our teachers and our students. So I think the path forward for me is to try to think about what we have in common, what's mutual and shared, and that's commitment to our students. My own personal tendency is I tend to look back and analyze what went wrong and try to figure it out. I'm going to try not to do that, because I think while that has a place, we really have to put all of our energy, because we have no time to waste, in thinking about how we go next. What do we do now? We've gone through something really hard. It's divisive, and I think the only way forward is to recognize that and then put every step towards sharing that common goal of keeping everyone safe and supported. So that's really all I have. I've gone to so many questions to a lot of superintendent staff offline, and I think what we can and should do a better job of is sharing that with our community, so they know how much is not just work being done, but how much is actually out there. The kind of granularity that today Carolyn helped us with on the ventilation, that kind of thought, it's been put in the N95 masks, in who's going to be on site to be able to fit teachers with an N95 if they want to wear it. That level of thinking has really been done, and I think where we have fallen short, and we have, is not doing good enough job sharing that information with our community, because I think clarity is what will help us get through. So with that, thank you for the time, and sorry I just made this meeting even longer.
All right, does anyone else have additional comments for this section? All right, so we'll wrap it up. I think that was again a nice summary, and that we do continue in our oversight rules to ask these questions, to look at the processes, to get the detailed answers, to do the background research. And while that may not all come out in these meetings, it is being done. But it is a reminder that overall communication is really key. Clarity of communication, repeating that communication, putting it in different formats, in different languages, all of that. Like, we really can always do better in that area. So with that, we'll move to the next section. This means that our break will not be for about an hour. So anyone really wants to have the break now, but it makes it tight. You want to have the break now?
I'm gonna ask if we can move the break up to now and maybe just make it like 5 minutes for a quick fire
Okay.
break. Yeah.
5-minute break, and then so we'll be back 5:57. So you really have to make it the 5-minute break.
Dr. Weiss,
until 6.
Can you also clarify as we're going out here? We didn't do an update on the advocacy work that we've been doing to press for vaccine access, to press for better information collection and data sharing from school sites and all that we've been working very actively on. Did you end up including that in a written report, or is that something we should cover in board comments?
I put it in my director's report a little bit for the East King County portion. So there is there, and then you can build on that as needed. But there are certainly many more things that can be done. And then Dr. Duran, I think that we'll really need to focus on doing more on the remote learning piece next time. So I know there's going to continue to be really pressing back to buildings updates, but we really, since the vast majority of our students are in remote learning right now, need to ensure that that part is robust and strengthened.
Yep.
All right,
We're
on break for the next 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, directors, please let me know when you're back. All right, it looks like we have 3 directors back for. So we're just start getting us organized here. So we are now on what's listed as item 7, annual and strategic plan progress discussions on goal 1. So we will be using our discussion protocol. And our question for today is, what does it look like when students at elementary, middle, and high school are experiencing high levels of social emotional well-being? And we will try to do this for about an hour, which is the time it takes for our protocol. Dr. Duran, did you want to kick us off with? I hope he was back.
Yeah. Just give me one
Okay.
second. Sorry, just let me put 1 second. Sorry about that. Yes, so let me turn on my camera on here. Too many screens here. Thank you very much. Yeah, and so I wanted to kick off that we, really been talking a lot about, overall, goal 1 and what does it look like. I'm not seeing the whole thing here on my screen. Hold on. What does it look like for our students in elementary experience high levels of social emotional well-being? I know there's a lot of work that's going on. We have a number of staff members that have joined us tonight that are ready to answer questions that we may have in this area. But I think, one of the things that as I think both the remote and the hybrid model, I think some of the things that we have really been learning is that, there's, we know that there's been a lot of conversations and research out there that talks about potential learning loss for students and what that's going to look like and what do we need to do in the fall. But I recently read something that really just struck me that just talked about the other kind of losses that our students experience, and that's loss of peer connection. It's a loss of schooling. It's a loss of just being able to see each other in person and be able to have those type of meaningful relationships. I was talking with somebody recently today, and just part of what we said is that, even from a business environment and seeing employees who are missing being around each other, and there's going to have to be thinking different ways around when people come back together again. So we know it's definitely out there, and so we have been doing a number of things to try to adjust and support the needs of our students. And I think to go back to even some of the earlier questions that Dr. Chu asked, really have been impressed by the number of ways that our schools, especially at the secondary level, have reached out. I think it's across the board, but I know I've seen it real soon at the secondary, to our families and students to find out what is going on with them, what are they missing, what's happening, and then to make adjustments. So we've seen additional mental health services provided. We've seen internet cafes set up just so students can have access to more resources, be in a different learning environment, and we're seeing a lot of different ways that students are being able to be connected. So we know it's very important, and we know that academic loss is there, but we also know this other element is very huge. So we have definitely done a lot of things to really try to support our students, but I think part of the question today is really posed to really think deeper around, what else do we need to do to better support our students in this area? Because I think we've always, as a district, been known for the academic portions of how we've done. It's something that is, touted in many different ways. But I really think that, we've done some great work in this area, and we also want to be known for the work that we do to support our students. Dr. Aramaki, do you want to add something to what I just kicked off with?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I'm glad we're having this conversation about student well-being. It's such a critical conversation set in the context of COVID-19, but also this kind of resurgence of a civil rights movement. And so we have a lot of things that in this report that we have learned about the importance of student well-being. And this report also shows what we would consider the amazing work of our teachers who have been able to help students with student well-being, sense of connectedness, even when it's all done through technology. And so there's a lot of things that we celebrate in this report around our ability to continue to keep kids connected and to keep kids feeling affirmed and inspired, even through virtual learning. And then this report also points to some areas that we know that we need to work on. We do have students, in spite of all of our hard work, who are struggling more with a sense of affirmation, are struggling more with a sense of connectedness, which compels us to work together as a community to give families the option of in-person, if that's what it's going to take to help build student connectedness. But the report, I think, really captures the successes from the year that our teachers have done to build connection and to elevate our students' sense of well-being, as well as the things that we need to work on moving forward.
Okay, thanks. So I'm going to just set a little bit of the stage and a reminder about our discussion protocol. So we have the question before us. We have the Goal 1 report before us. It's also the meeting where we approve all of the SIPs. So I do want to note that we had made a decision that rather than having individual schools reporting to us each month, that we wanted to look at education broadly across elementary, broadly across middle school, broadly across high school. Now we did have a little bit of a secondary discussion, and we were supposed to have 2 sessions on elementary. Because of the way that we've had to adjust the timing in our board meetings, those separate sessions are not figuring so prominently in our agenda, and instead we're incorporating them into these goal discussions. So just also think about the SIP reports that should be very fresh in your minds, and if you want to weave in any of those themes into your thoughts around Goal 1 and what's in those reports as well. This is the time to do that, and that's how we'll be approaching kind of each of these discussions as much as possible, right? It's not a one size fits all. So want to frame it that way. We have our discussion. So our protocol, remember, is that we would spend the next 5 minutes or so seeing if there's any missing information. So anything that's missing from the report specifically at this time, then we'd have another 5 minutes for clarifying questions. So remember, that's not 5 minutes each, it's total. And then the idea really is to have a discussion where one director responds to the prompt, essentially, what it means to her, and then we go around and everyone else comments basically on that idea. And then the next person goes and we repeat that. So that's really where we want to try to have it, so we can really focus on the discussion rather than just asking questions, although questions are very important as well. All right, so with that, is there anyone who has missing information that they'd like to get? Dr. Chu.
All right, I will be super quick. I actually have the opposite of missing information. We've spent the better part of 2 years really working on how to take progress monitoring and report out on it in a way that is meaningful. And I want to say that this is one of the single best reports that I have reviewed in the past several years. It keeps the focus on the outcomes for students. The entire analysis is based on outcomes for students. It looks at things from an equity lens, from an individual school lens. It looks at things from all different ways. The goals and targets are clear. The status is credible. It's transparent. The data sources have been identified. Critical data is clearly and consumably summarized. The rationale is clear and defensible and compelling, makes clear points, avoids rationalizing and conjecture. And the summary alone gave a clear sense of sort of where we were going. And I just wanted to say thank you to the staff, because I know this is a long journey. So that's all. I just wanted to point it out because it was a big deal to me. I was really excited.
Excellent, thanks. I also want to ask, is there a board director who wants to volunteer to be the kind of the summarizer? So also just a reminder at the end in the kind of closure section, Dr. Duran will summarize his point of view, and then we want to have someone summarize this side as well. Is there any volunteers? All right, Dr. Chu's volunteering again. Go for it. Thank you. All right, any other missing information? Director Watson, you're still on mute.
Yeah, maybe it's a small point, but I was struck in this Goal 1 report about how a lot of secondary students seem to respond that they don't find their material all that interesting. And I flipped through the report a couple of times, but I couldn't find where we have a comparison of how it was pre-COVID to now. Like there's a chart in there on one of these pages that shows that the kids over and over are answering that they don't find their material as interesting. See if I can find it.
In the
if we knew the answer for the year before to compare, like, was the material always not interesting, or is it just not interesting this year?
In the findings and reflections after all the data, in the elementary, it noted it was a drop from the year before. I don't see that particular notation in the secondary, noting that it was an actual.
Yeah, it wasn't. I saw it as 3 to 5, but I didn't find it in the secondary. Oh. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any data on that?
Suppose I have to turn my head sideways.
Yeah, for some of it.
There's a comment.
Naomi put in a comment. Naomi, can you help us with this?
Yes, I certainly can.
Table 10, she says. Okay.
Yep, page 17. That has fall 2019 compared to fall 2020 for grades 6 through 12 for the affirmed and inspired questions.
So I just didn't find it, but there it is.
Okay, any other missing information? And we can start moving to clarifying questions. I think I had one comment. I'm not sure if the report was updated with that. And although we've been discussing the importance of connectedness, I think it's worth every time in these reports just really spelling that out, why it's something that we look at. So if someone were to pick up this report for the first time and to understand why it's something that we look at, how important it is, what is known about that, the ramifications on other aspects beyond that, that it is an indicator. Any other missing or clarifying questions? Moving to that. Okay. So who would like to kick us off with some thoughts on what it looks like for student well-being? All right, Dr. Chu.
I don't need to start. It's just that no one is, and I have comments. So I'm going to share the observations and questions that I had from the report, and then see what you guys think about them. But when I looked at this report, some of the most important things that stood out to me. I mean, this is the half of really truly looking out for the well-being of our whole students. So connectedness is a really key factor. And when I looked at the data on connectedness and saw that we have issues, and I looked at the follow-up actions, I noticed that we were relying pretty much solely on creative in-person services to address issues of connectedness. And while I think that it is awesome to find those services, I think it's going to take us some time to roll some of those out. And I wanted to understand, and for me, I'd like to see more effort in the context that we're in right now to address that need as well. And whether that's in providing in-person services and something else as we roll that out. So that was one thing that really stood out to me as being important, that we have to recognize the context that we're in. And unless there's a way to roll things out faster, our kids having trouble with connectedness and mental well-being is ongoing. It is urgent. It is critical. The other two things that I wanted to call out from this report, can you refresh me on the question so I don't go too far off topic?
It's posted there. What does it look like when students at elementary, middle, and high school are experiencing high levels of social, emotional well-being?
Okay, so for me, that would look like they were connected, and if they weren't, they would be, in order to experience it, we would be putting a sense of urgency in addressing this need. And then the other thing that I want to wonder about in this context is the discipline, where we have a goal in this space around discipline, but we don't really have access to the primary measure because it's about what happens when we go back. But I'm actually wondering right now, we've kind of taken a lot of the traditional methods of discipline off the table, using a lot more positive reinforcement because that's the best consequence that we have at this point in time. But I'm wondering what we might be learning from our current approach to discipline, and if we're learning anything at all that gives us a better understanding about equity and discipline in this current context. And for me, like a great well-being is where students feel empowered, where they feel motivated, where they feel like their learning is something that they control and that they have power to affect their learning, their grades, their progress, and that they feel like they're in partnership with their teachers and with each other for that learning. And it's a space where students know each other's names and respect and get to know each other. And so and it has much more positive consequence discipline. So when you put kind of this whole thing together for me, if I wanted to just focus on the things happening now in this report, grades aren't part of this report, so I'm not going to go back and play that record right now and some of those other things that I brought up. But here I'm wondering what we can learn from how we're approaching discipline. And actually, I will bring the grades up. What are we learning about how much of a factor that is in motivation and empowerment, and whether or not kids feel like that counts for them? So anyway, questions here are, can we feel some more urgency around the connectedness, and what can we learn from the discipline in this context and the grading?
Okay. Anyone want to comment on what that brings up for them? Dr. Malif.
I just want to reflect on Dr. Chu's comment about the urgency, especially for the grades that are not going back. This survey data was done. This is a comment that I had for myself as well, was the survey data was done weeks ago, and grades 3 through 5, who are the students who were surveyed in the elementary schools here, and 6 through 12, will not be going back in the next month, and for a while thereafter, presumably. So what can we do now to create more experiences of connection? We have these board meetings in a manner that the public can't see us, but because we can see each other with our videos on, and if I make a little like I agree with you hand motion, you can all see that. You can see me raise my hand. We don't have that in our classes, either because most students don't have their cameras on in the upper levels, or because it's not possible to really see people well when the teacher is sharing their screen, but it's not like the teacher can't share their screen. So, the technology that we have that enables us to have school does not enable us to have the connection necessarily. And I was really also struck, Dr. Chu, by your comment on the discipline. We still have incidents with our children, even in this remote setting. There are still chats that they can have on Teams that are inappropriate. What's very interesting this time is it's not necessarily within kids in one class. It's not like you can go to the principal of one school, because often it involves kids from another school. And there's no way for a parent to find the other parent's contact information because they go to a different school. They're not on the PTSA directory. Like, how can I find that parent's name? So I would be curious to see if we have had reports of incidents throughout our schools, and sort of what is being done to handle them in this setting, because that isn't something we've talked about, but it's got to be happening. I've seen it in my own kids on their chats. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else comments on what Dr. Chu has raised? Director Watson? No? All right, Director Serafin? Okay, so I'll just say that I think those are important points that were brought up. Certainly looking for how to increase connectedness now and that urgency. I think discipline has always been a difficult and challenging area. So what I see this time is a time to rebuild a system that is different than what we had before, because in many ways the system we had before was not serving our kids as well as they can. So while remote doesn't work for everyone, while remote has its challenges, there may be lessons that we've learned, and we've heard directly on our school visits, educators comment that yes, it has been extremely challenging and a lot of work had to go in, but that has created some opportunities to reach students and present material in ways that they hope will continue. Now that was early on, so perhaps that has evolved, hopefully for the better, but perhaps in some of the areas that weren't as strong have come through. But I think the same thing can be said for the social emotional well-being. So I think I was hopeful that the power of the technology and being able to bridge people across buildings could be something. So a student who might normally feel isolated because there weren't other students that they knew of that were interested in their hobby, for them to form a club and get people to stay after school when it wasn't conflicting with those other people's interests in sports and things like that, could have been overcome more easily now, being able to reach out to our much broader whole Bellevue School District community, and similarly for an advisor to help guide students, and then having more flexibility with finding a time. So I think that there are potentials that are there, but also recognizing that a lot of people are very much feeling much more in a survival mode, and that might seem like it's additional. And yet what we see, and I feel like I have those numbers burned into my mind, the 55, I think 46 and 32% going from 3rd through 5th graders, middle school and high schoolers, that are really feeling like things are not working for them. Or those are the ones that feel things are working for them, right? So that means that the majority feel that it is not. And so it is not just an additional, it is the crux of what we need to be doing for our students. And so I'd like to say that I think there are things that probably we can learn on discipline that you brought up, Dr. Chu. I think that there are ways that things can be done, and the urgency is certainly apparent. Does anyone else want to kick us off on another set of thoughts around Goal 1? What does it look like when those students are experiencing high levels of social emotional well-being?
Well, I'm having this is Carolyn. I'm having some trouble with the format and fitting my thoughts into like where the slots they're supposed to go. But what you were just saying made me think about, yeah, that would be a great vision of having these small interest group clubs across the whole district. So I was wondering what it would take to make that happen. But in terms of answering the question, what does it look like when students are experiencing high levels of social emotional well-being? I know one thing is that the idea that your emotional state can block your learning. So if you've got sort of anxiety and depression and these kinds of things, you're not really open to learning. And then the other thing is what you remember is how you feel. Like you might not, down the road, you may not remember whatever that math formula was, but you're going to remember how you felt that year that you were learning that. And so I guess, yeah, I just keep going back to this notion of some kind of clubs or outdoor clubs in the outdoor spaces that aren't just sports. But I guess a piece of information I would need is, you know, how is my feeling is that the kids who are in the sports that are actually seeing each other from, you know, 12 feet away or whatever, maybe are doing a little better emotionally, but am I right or am I wrong?
I think there was some data that suggested that students felt good about that, and there was a study done by WIAA across Washington State that shows positive data for the students participating in athletics, but that was done in the fall, so I don't know if anyone has better data.
The more I think about this, I just keep thinking, you know, if we could do something like that for more kids, but have it outside. I know it's cold, it's January, but it's not going to be January forever. Soon it's, you know, my daffodils are coming up, so.
Okay, are there any other thoughts on what Director Watson has brought up? Director Serafin?
So yes, I guess back to the, what does like social emotional learning look like when it's positive? I think, and hopefully I'm like Carolyn, I'm Director Watson. I'm sort of struggling with whether or not I'm inserting this at the right spot. But to me,
just comment on what she brought up. So as long as
only
it's
what she brought up.
Yeah.
Oh dear. What did I bring
Okay.
up? Outdoor clubs and emotional states blocking learning?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess then if it's only that, then I would say yes, ditto to that, because we brought it up before, that even if we are limited in physical space and squaring that with bringing back students in middle and upper years for traditional instruction within the four corners of our buildings, bringing them back on campus, being creative with how we use the outdoors. I think them just seeing each other and being able to see each other in person, all appropriately distanced, would add a lot of, I think, value. I think they really want to see each other, and some kids who are not otherwise compliant with whatever rules they may have at home are seeking out ways to see each other that are not compliant, and therefore probably contributing in negative ways to community spread. So I do think that we could help in this context by doing that. That's something we talked about actually, I think in early fall, about wanting to see, or even the summer, wanting to see some form of that. I believe there's folks on Dr. Duran's staff who have been putting together actionable plans. I think in my mind, I want to get those going into action as soon as possible. So that's the direct. I think if there's open time, maybe later, I have more to say.
Yes, you will get your kicking off the round. Dr. Chu.
So one of the things that struck me when Director Watson was talking was really around this idea of the emotions dictating their ability to learn. And so I didn't kick off my answer to this question with an answer to the question, but I think that now I'm starting to connect it because of what Director Watson said. I think that social emotional well-being is not an additive thing, and it includes social components, but it also includes how they participate in education. And that emotion, that social emotional support, comes from a lot of things. One is the power structures in our classrooms. How empowered is each student? Do they feel like they are a mathematician, a scientist, a thinker, a reasoner? Are they valued as having those skills if they're not as quick or don't come up with the perfect answer every time? Do they still feel like they can offer something? The other piece of it is do they feel like they can affect their power and their participation and their learning? Do they feel welcome? Are they respected by their peers? Do their peers know their name? If it's a hard to say name, do we make sure that everyone can say each other's names? Like, Do we make sure that people look at each other and treat each other with respect and value ideas and give time for people to talk? Ironic for me to bring that up, but we'll just leave that. And the sense of belonging, the sense of connectedness is also about the sense of empowerment, and grades and instructional strategies and classroom practices and opportunities to have productive engagement and meaningful group work all contribute to that. So this work is not in the least bit divided from the work that we're doing on instruction. So I agree with Director Watson and Director Serafin. Let's give these kids social connection opportunities, but let's also keep working with our teachers to keep expanding their empowerment, each student's empowerment and feeling of productive engagement and opportunity to work with folks and to have meaningful experiences that they actually have control over, because that is healthy learning, and that also is a healthy society. That's a healthy democracy. It's whatever. So, yeah.
All right, Dr. Malif. Want to add on to that?
I don't have anything to add to this section, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, I'll just chime in that I agree, and Director Watson, really thank you for bringing that up, because I think we do know that as how students are feeling affects their learning. So we know that when they have high states of anxiety, high states of fear, I think our district is making inroads in terms of really understanding, having trauma-informed care of our students, that it does affect. They will be at a level where that material is not being absorbed. And so I think there has been attention paid overall to this goal 1, right? It is our goal 1, and seeing that in the classrooms. The question is, of those, how are we ensuring really that it's happening? So I think it was interesting at our recent visit when we were talking with students, one brought up that there were lots of things that she liked, but some of the little programs that they were using, I think it was Kahoot and something Climb, were competitive, and it actually made her feel bad because she could see her ranking, and she was ranking a lot lower than she wanted to, because maybe she wasn't as fast as somebody else. And even if she knew the material, and then that further kind of inhibited her the next time. And it was a small thing, and on the one hand it seemed exciting, like there was this program that was engaging and students were happy about it, but then there were these other ramifications. So I think throughout we've got kids who are really struggling at the most basic level. Perhaps there isn't enough food in the home, and that impacts on how they feel and then how they learn. And then we have kids who are doing all right, but then there's something that just derails them. And how are we making sure that they're getting back on track? And then the kids who are doing well, what is it that makes them do well? What is it about that particular interaction? We know that sometimes it's just a good fit, right? You just have a really good fit between what a student's needs are and an educator's style. And it doesn't mean that one is bad or not, or good particularly. It's just that the fit is working really well. So what is it about that fit? What do we learn about that? How do we make it so that each student feels like there is that fit, that sense of belonging? So I think those are just some things to add on to that what you bring up raised for me. I'll just chime in because it relates to what this so just since I've been talking, this is Dr. Wiest. It looks like, for what it would look like for me at each of these levels, and I think it's a little different at each level, but what is fundamental that I would like to see is that each student knows that there's someone that cares about them in the school, really truly knows them and cares about them, and that families know that as well. They know that there is somebody that their student feels connected to in the school. So at the elementary level, that's often going to be the classroom teacher, because there is someone that they see all day. But I have a lot of concerns about the middle and the high school level, that a student can go through 7 periods of the day and not have a feeling that anyone cares about them as an individual, not just, you know, as one of the students in the class. There is some care there, but really knows them, and that perhaps, you know, some people are like, well, somebody else does. And so even though every student is connected to a counselor, every student has these contacts each day, it doesn't guarantee that they actually feel connected and that someone truly cares about them. So I want to be clear, I'm not saying that nobody cares, it's just that feeling. Is it really there? And it can't be forced and assigned all the time, but there are ways. So I've looked at this. I think there are ways that this can happen. We do hear some success stories, especially, for example, at Big Picture with advisory. And so how do we use these things that are successful, or at least more successful than what we have now? They still may not be perfect, but if we can be working towards a system that does that better, that we know that each student feels like there is somebody in the school building that they can go to, or who cares, or who asks that extra question to check in with them. And we know that when it happens, it's extremely powerful, and we hear great stories, and so we know it's happening. So how do we make it happen consistently? So that's my main, if I could pick kind of one thing, but I do also think the empowerment's important and all these other pieces, but that would be the one I'd want to focus on. Yeah. Dr. Serafin, you had your hand up.
Sorry, so I guess I should first ask, should I bring up mine, or do we want to first comment on yours?
Comment on mine, please.
I would say I agree. That's a meaning. I agree. When I bring up mine, you'll know what I think is equally important. But I agree with you, and I think that is, for many students, that's one of the elements, you know, they're missing right now. Not that it's not being conveyed virtually, but I think some students may be struggling with how to feel comfortable enough to fully take advantage of that, even though I know we have staff and counselors and teachers in particular who are desperately trying to reach out to students. I think that is one of the areas where this shows up in terms of a challenge.
Anyone else? Dr. Malif.
I'll just say I think it ties in a lot with the previous discussion on, you know, activities, in-person activities for kids. Oftentimes, the adult that they feel knows and cares about them is a club mentor. You know, it's not a classroom teacher, it's not a particular subject teacher, but it's the advisor for a particular interest of theirs, and someone who will listen as they talk a million miles a minute about something that they are passionate about, because that teacher cares about that, being a club advisor. So I think these things are all interconnected.
Anyone else? Dr. Chu?
I have a question for you, actually. I wonder how you see the role of student-to-student connections and relationships in filling these roles for high schoolers. Because I actually think like that, you know, teachers are trying really hard to connect to their kids. They have 150 kids, and as you said, it's not a negligence on their part to not connect. It's just that sometimes that extra feeling of connection comes from someone you have a common interest with or a particular thing. So it's not a commentary on them. And so just thinking about the dynamics in the school, do you have any opinions on how the students fit into the puzzle of this connection?
That's actually what I was going to address. So I don't know if that merges with Dr. Weist's comment, or we should keep that separate, or build on, morph into that, or just so we don't get redundant.
Yeah, so how about Director Watson, do you have any comments on, you know, creating an advisory or that type of thing?
It's going to cross these boundaries of what we're just talking about.
No boundaries, yeah.
So I don't know, I could go now or after Seema.
All right, well, why don't we then have, yeah, Director Serafin, why don't you go ahead with yours, and then we can all.
And we can all, chime in. Yeah, I was going to say, so this is additive, it's not either or, but I do think at almost every single grade level, how students are received or not received by their peers is a crucial part of that sense of social emotional well-being. And I think the issue is really inclusion. And it often shows up not in the classroom, where I think our teachers really do try to make sure students are included. It shows up often in recess and in the lunchroom, where I think whether it's students in high school or it's students in elementary school, there is a desire to go to the club of which you feel a member. And if you don't feel like you're part of any club, that's even worse. And I think that's where I think one of the questions we should all have top of mind is, what can our educators and staff and just the whole community do to create a culture of inclusion? Because it does happen at the earliest ages, where students start to feel like the kid who's left out. So I think I would like to be thinking about, what can we do? What can we encourage? I'll just say as an anecdote, I told one of my kids when he was looking for college that look for a place when you walk in the cafeteria that you feel like you can see people go up to a table where they know no one, and they could just plunk down their tray and they would feel like they could join that table. And I can say I never felt that way as a student in Bellevue School District, as much as I value and love the school district. And I think that's still a work in progress. And that's where a lot of kids end up feeling marginalized. And one of my biggest concerns has been visiting schools and hearing, there's some in particular where there's clear fault lines between who's in and who's out. And sometimes that's reinforced by the things we do. So we have to think about what can we do to actually make sure the opposite is underscored by our culture.
All right, does anyone, Director Watson, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I think I could maybe build on this, because I was thinking about belonging and that sense of belonging, and we were talking about it in relation to teachers creating that sense of belonging, or adolescent friendship groups and peers building that sense of belonging. And I think that that sense of belonging is deepest when it's not just that they include you when they see you, like you show up, you're there in the classroom and they're like, okay, join in, and everyone's polite and everything, but that they remember you and they reach out to you when you don't show up and you're not there, and they're like, following up, where are you and what happened and were you sick and whatever. And it just made me smile, because I was thinking about this one comment I heard about, I don't know if she really likes me or whether she just went to leadership training. Does she know how to, is she on this mission to just sort of include people when she sees them, or is she actually gonna remember and care later? So yeah, I think some of that is on the peer-to-peer relationships. So then how do you intervene as adults to build healthy peer-to-peer relationships? And I just remember this as somebody who just had a fantastic time in high school. And it was because of a really great group of friends that would never forget me and call me every night, back when we used hardwired telephones. Yeah, I wish everybody could have that experience.
Yeah, Dr. Chu, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I want to just build on the comment that Director Watson said about, no, actually it was Director Serafin who said about us reinforcing some of the fault lines, us as adults or us as the systems in place. And I just want to tie back to me. I mean, I have some background in education, so maybe that's my bias speaking up, but I also think it's true. I believe that you accomplish a lot of this in the context of learning. You accomplish these relationships, and even if you're not trying to set up relationships, you are setting up relationships. So what status people get in terms of how they participate with one another, how they react to one another, whether or not the problems that are group problems are given are group worthy problems, so everyone actually can participate instead of one kid just does it all and ignores everyone else. Or like there's so many just instructional strategies that there's no magic bullet to. It just takes awesomely, thoughtful professional educators like we have to kind of suss those out. But it also takes time for our educators to be able to reflect on, notice, be aware of, trade ideas and stories with one another, get ideas from professional development. But like, if for me, the next stage of work on this goal about social emotional support and well-being is about connecting it much more directly to our discipline-specific classroom practices, because that is the power, that is the time, the majority of time that the kids spend in our system is in that context. And if that context reinforces the lines we don't want instead of the lines we do want, then we're contributing to it. So I just think like everything from grading as a motivation and an accurate assessment of learning as opposed to just a comparative assessment, the problems we give kids to solve, the way we set up group work, the level of respect we accord, the fact that teachers notice, like Director Watson said, if someone's not there and mention someone when they're not there, that changes the habits that we form. So for me, that's the next stage. But the short-term stage is let's worry about this with a sense of urgency now.
Yeah, and I'll chime in since you guys asked me. So this is Dr. Wiest saying that, yes, I mean, I think it's part of it. When I talk about the advisory or the making sure that they're adults caring, I mean, that's just that's like a floor, right? Because, ideally you want to have it 2 deep, 3 deep. I mean, what if that adult goes on leave or moves or something, right? You don't want that to be the only connection. I think with students, I like the way that you frame it, Dr. Tu, in terms of how it's woven into the classroom. I think that there's certainly really important parts with athletics and activities, and just recognizing, especially with our adolescents and their evolving senses of identity, that it isn't always that they mean to exclude others. It's in that sense of belonging, finding that group. And so I think it's something we, of course, want there to be kindness and acceptance, even as people change and grow and evolve. But it is that balance between saying that I'm feeling a part of something, not that you're not a part of it, but so finding that balance. I think the social parts also with peers, especially when we look at something like across middle school and high school, provides the opportunity when it's in these activities and athletics for a person to also evolve in their role and to become a leader in that group. And sometimes that's just by force of being there for a while. Sometimes that's the qualities that a person brings. Sometimes it's as those dynamics continue to change, and that's an important adaptive skill for students too. So wherever we can find those places of belonging, but I think that being more intentional and recognizing that there are these multiple avenues and pursuing all of them so that somehow a student feels connected and belongs is what we need to do. Dr. Malif, on this round robin, close with you.
Well, actually, my sort of main thought on the report ties in more with the students with disabilities, which I believe is the next topic we're going to do. So in the interest of efficiency and time, maybe I'll just wait until then. Okay. Any other comments to close this out? And then we're not done forever. I just, so.
So I want to keep, I don't know, plugging the idea of some kind of club intervention, possibly outdoors for these high school students. But I'm also thinking about the nature of those things, because, you can get together around a common interest and, we can all watch a film together, projected on the side of the building or something. But I don't know if that does it as much as when, we think about the sports people, you're part of a team. But if you're in the band, or if we had a student newspaper, or, the putting together the yearbook, where like people, you need to be there because you're vital, because without you, that story's not running on page 1 or whatever. you know, something where it's authentically a team where the kids who are on it are needed and valued for their contribution. I wonder if that's part of how we could think about those activities would be structured that way.
Well, and then ultimately, I think our students have great ideas, and then maybe if it's you just thinking broadly, like it's not that you have to form the club, but if there were something, what might you want to do? I mean, maybe. Right. As much as people are trying to get them off of computers and meeting in person, maybe they just want to have more League of Legends competitions or something. Yeah. I mean, there's, the students, they are vastly different than things. Their experiences are so different than the experiences of adults. Just the world that they are in, and so I hope that in this process that we are asking them as well as providing lots of avenues for choice.
Yeah, the only thing I'll just say when you said League of Legends, I mean, it also suggests a situation where you have access to that, where you can participate, where everything's working well in your life, where you could do that. And I think that's again where even in the virtual space, kids are going to get left out or not be able to participate. So I just think it's something we have to be mindful of. It works for a certain niche, it works for a certain group, but other kids are going to get left out and they may not have access to it. We can think of all the different reasons, but
absolutely, yeah. That was just an example. Was just the first thing that came on mind.
I know what you meant.
Remote, that we're not saying that those things are all bad, right? They do work for some kids, and they're not working at all for other kids. So just as we think of all of those options, to keep it really wide and to ask them what they want, and then we know too that part of development is trying new things. So maybe that's all you want to do, but perhaps doing something else will really open up new opportunities and thought and growth and all of those things. So Dr. Duran, we want to bring you back in and have you summarize what you heard and what might be some takeaways for the district. And then Dr. Tu can chime in if she feels like there was something that needs to be emphasized.
Yeah, I would just say that it was just a wonderful conversation to listen to. I've got a lot of different notes here. What I kept going back to, it's almost like I go through is, I think many of you know that many of us have been reading this book, Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. And, one of the pieces that's in here that I just really struck me because they talk a lot about, building this sense of belonging and dignity is used a lot in, actually spoke to one of the authors last Friday and I was able to hear one of them today also speak. So we're definitely have some connections with them because we're doing some book studies with them, but they're really, just bringing in unique perspectives. I definitely heard so many strands of that throughout this conversation, but I do just want to read one of their definitions of inclusion because I think it really does tie into. Inclusion is engagement within a community where the equal worth and inherent dignity of each person is honored. An inclusive community promotes and sustains a sense of belonging. It affirms the talents, beliefs, backgrounds, and ways of living not of its members. So that little brief paragraph, just encapsulates so much of what you all shared there. So, but I think going from the top, I think there was quite a few things that really stood out. I think just the notion of connectedness, and I think from the very beginning, just that we're in this context now where, especially the secondary level, many of our students are still in remote learning. So how could we more rapidly provide services? So how do we wear a more sense of urgency to address this need around connectedness for our students? The issue around discipline, I think was really great because it makes, our current measure definitely looks at traditional measures. But I think the questions around, how are we approaching discipline? What is currently learning about discipline and equity in this context? And so I think there's ways to be thinking about that around even how grades influence, discipline, how grades influence motivation. So the question I think that I'm leaving also with this one is what can we learn from grading in this context? And then I think the wondering too around just what is happening with discipline, like Chats was using an example on how is that being handled. And I think this also ties into some of the latter conversations, but now we do have the power of technology, and we have the ability to be able to build bridges across buildings, so we can have different types of hobbies and clubs and ways that we can do that. So how can we accelerate that? And I think Director Watson used club intervention or something along those terms to really make sure that we're even pushing that even more to see that how that can expand. I think then part of what thinking too is just around how students are feeling, really does affect their learning. So I do think that ties a lot into our social emotional work, and really helping ensuring that we're thinking about, how students are feeling, because we know that that really does has a potential to block their learning. It has to feeling to block them if they're feeling anxious or worried or have a lot of fear. And is there anything we can do with like outdoor clubs, not just sports, to really think there's a question out there, I think that's probably lingering that we probably could try to find more information out around, is athletics and activities beyond, school experience schools have right now, is it making a difference for them to feel how students are feeling? And then the parts around social emotional learning, really emphasizing that it's not an add-on, that social emotional supports many things. And I think that ties into just, from how it ties into power, how empowered are students, how can students project that power in the classroom, what does it influence grades, how does small group works tied into, and I think the big takeaway from there is that all that ties into work around instruction and what our educators do to create belonging and to build more connection. And so, I think we have opportunities to be able to think about how we continue to work with our educators to further expand those ideas to support our students. And then I think the parts around sense of belonging, Dr. Wiest, I think you really just nailed so many parts that come from this book, but it's in there, but that's the term that they use a lot, is a sense of belonging. And there's a lot of discussion in the book that talks about many students lose a sense of belonging. They almost like sacrifice it to fit in some ways, to have higher levels of achievement. And so, it can end up being empty, and that ties into how students feel about them. But I think you went on to further expand on just, how are we ensuring that every student has someone in the building that cares for them, that truly knows them and truly cares for them. We know we have advisory in some of our schools, and just know that that definitely has a lot of potential and impact, and it's has a big influence on our students. But how can we ensure that it's not just one teacher, that we have more depth to that? And I think that's across the board that we have to be thinking about. How do we ensure that just every student knows and has somebody that cares about them? But it's more importantly at the secondary level. And I think the inclusion piece is hit on a little bit around just how do we ensure that students do feel like they're included, whether it's at recess or lunch or anything like that. Students can go into places, you can still see that even though we may say we have inclusive environments, what we end up basically having are just groups of students grouped together in an inclusive environment, but they're not necessarily spread out and connect with each other, because they tend to go to groups that are either related to their affinity or role or interest. And I do think that this book does tie into a lot of work that we can further do with, I think, all of us across the board, and just to create cultures of inclusion. And then the sense of belonging is, again, just kind of comes up around, and I think as Director Watson just talked about this, and just experience it, really being to ensure our students have someone that cares for them, that if you're absent, someone's going to either ask you where you were the next day or call you that night to figure out where you were. And that has a lot to do with what are we doing to build peer-to-peer relationships, and what are peer roles in this. I think that connects to what was mentioned earlier, but I think those pieces really do tie into how we can think about what we're going to do just to increase some of that and ensure our students have that connection. And then finally, I think, again, we just talked a little bit about how this is woven into instruction, and being more intentional on multiple avenues so students feel like they belong. And the final thing I think in there is just, how are we going to talk and ask our students around what they need? What would it feel, what does connection feel like for them? What does belonging feel like for them? And what would they want to see or have in place to do that? It could be online video games, it could be other things that they're doing, it could be activities, hobbies, clubs. There's so many different things they're doing. I know there's a group of students at Interlake that recently started up peer tutoring, so obviously they are making connections in a lot of different ways, and not only with each other, the students that are doing it, but with the students that they're supporting. So that's what I had as my part today from what we're walking away from, but I think there's a really, really rich, valuable discussion.
Thank you for that
summary. Anything else? So I think I'm supposed to weigh in, right? So for the summary stuff, you've summarized the majority of what we talked about. For emphasis and clarification, for the feeling the urgency now, I think there are 4 things to keep in mind. So to just keep that nice and tight is in like getting them in-person opportunities, like what Director Watson was talking about, but really working hard on that, but also figuring out from the kids, what do they want? Also worrying about, I'm so sorry, my vision is gone from my notes here. But there were 4, sorry, I had 4 things and I think they're important. The clubs piece. And also, even in the urgency of now, I've heard some of our teachers look for more professional development in the remote environments for those who are going to teach remote for the whole rest of the year. Because we have a full year remote program. So if we're going to do some professional development, maybe some of that can be geared at strategies, discipline specific strategies in engagement, empowerment, and these things that we're talking about that build senses of belonging and respect and connection. So that's one thing. And then the other, asking kids themselves, just want to call that out again. Can ask the people that you're trying to help because they're part of the solution. And then the piece about doing it within the context of instruction, I want to call out how important it is that within the context of instruction isn't just working in our buildings at generic levels of these practices like belongingness and dignity and respect. It's also discipline specific professional development where teachers work on what they're going to do in the classroom for their subject with their kids, like what it means to have a group worthy problem, what it means to have productive failure, what it means for all those things to happen. If you want it to touch the instruction, then it needs to be done in the context of the instruction they give, and they need to have a chance to workshop and do that, not just at the general level, but also at the specific instructional level. And I think that's all I would clarify and call out.
Great, so thank you. Dr. Duran, now that we have the discussions this way, there are definitely the goals that we already have, the way the strategic plan and annual plan are set, and there isn't necessarily something that says, hey, here's an opportunity to maybe restructure what high school schedules look like, because we already had to restructure them for remote learning and then for hybrid learning, and then maybe we need to restructure them somehow to include an advisory, for example. But what do you see how these types of discussions are then circling back in a way? Like what can you tell us as the board, like should we ask you about it in the next time goal 1 comes around, because that's not what we're measuring currently? Is this something that perhaps gets incorporated into the annual plan? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think there's a few things. So I think even, so one, everybody that has any responsibility for this goal 1 is on this call. So I know we didn't get to introduce everybody on there, but we have our director of counseling, special education director, and quite a few people that are here that have that responsibility. So one, I just think it's important that they all hear this conversation, they hear the discussion. So I think that'll definitely have them just think about what can they do immediately to change some of the work that they're doing on a day-to-day basis. And then we also have been talking about, how do we take these goals and really go to a deeper level? So as a matter of fact, Eva and I were having a conversation earlier today around, really going through some of our goals and plans and really make sure that they're even tighter and focused. So we'll incorporate some of this directly into that, because we just, we have a document we've been working on to do some of that. It's kind of like what we kind of call our top 10 around what are the 10 things we really can do just to even tighten up what we're doing. So we'll be incorporating those. And then Eva has these type of discussions with her instructional team to think about some immediate things that we can do to make some changes that will result in new tasks, and in some cases even just maybe dropping something that has been going on to add more emphasis on them. So they're all things that we will take into consideration for ideas on how we can do to support our students.
Okay, thanks. All right, so let's move to the next section, which what we did here was we are doing a deep dive into one priority subgroup, and that's students with disabilities. So we had a number of reports that we were considering at this meeting. Our students with disabilities, one of the reports centered around their needs. We've had some discussions sporadically as a board with regards to the goals and setting them in the annual plan. And oftentimes there are questions that have come up, for example, around least restrictive environment. And so it seemed in terms of social emotional well-being, prioritizing, having a discussion around our students with disabilities, but then I do want to open it up. If there's anything else with the report generally, this would also be the time. Just looking over the calendar, had looked and seen that, time to have a discussion around these really important issues hadn't really been worked into our agenda. So that this time is both around the deep dive of discussion in Goal 1, but also making sure that any questions or thoughts about the report and how we can be serving these students and meeting their needs, this would be the time for that as well. Dr. Chu. Oh, I need a recorder for this section. Does anyone else want to be so we're gonna it'll be a shorter, it won't be as much of the round robin, everyone commenting on everyone's unless you want to. It'll be mostly your thoughts, and then you can kind of yes and to other thoughts. And then at the end, we'll do it in case you felt like there was something else that came up after you had your main time to speak that you could emphasize. So does anyone want to be the recorder for this section? Thank you, Dr. Malif. Okay. All right, Dr. Chu, did you want to kick us off? I know because also Dr. Malif had said that a lot of her comments centered around this priority group. So do you want to start us? Do you want to start us off, Dr. Malif, that way? Oh, as a question. Okay, you want to do clarifying questions first? Go ahead.
Yeah, my question is, I don't have a clear understanding of where we are in terms of bringing students with receiving special needs services back to buildings, because we had this plan for phase 1 and then phase 1.5. And I was told that phase 1.5 was going to start in the November-December timeframe, and it was actually going to be before that, but it got interrupted because we were planning for the K-1-2 thing. And where are we at? I just want clarification on where that's at and how we're approaching it, because I don't know.
Dr. Duran.
Yep, I'll see Heather Edlin, or Director Edlin, right there. There she is. Thank you very much.
Sure, I'm happy to talk to that. So yeah, so our phased-in approach of bringing in students has been continuing, Dr. Chu. So we have been continuing to bring in students, more and more students with IEPs. I will tell you, we have about a 57% acceptance rate. So when we offer services to students, that doesn't mean every student chooses to want to come back in person. When we offer it, sometimes they want to wait until their grade level band is coming in because they don't want their child to be the only person at school in 2nd grade at school yet, right? So there's a lot of reasons why they don't come back. It's not just because of health and safety. It has a lot to do, I think, with what you just talked about, that inclusive feeling. And they sometimes feel like if my child comes back to receive services, they're other than the rest of their peers who are still virtual. But yes, that is continuing, and we have been continuing to increase the number of students receiving in-person services over time.
Thank you.
So
Heather, do you have any numbers, just to be clear, like how many were in phase 1 and then how many more have we added in phase 2?
Dr. Wong Callisto, do you have that information?
Not off the top of my head, but I can
give
you
a approximate tips right now, but we can get it for you.
Yeah. The ballpark, ballparking it. We'll get you the actual numbers, but ballparking it, I would say that I think in the first round we were looking at like the 75 to 100. Then there was like another about 50, 75 jump. And actually, as of my last count last week, which was in your board report, I believe, and I actually underestimated because I misreported. So we're up to, I believe, 340 now. So it's been, it kind of was like kind of incremental, and then there's a bigger jump, and I'm anticipating that we'll see more as we bring back the grade level. I think it's been helpful too with the Department of Health changing guidelines, as well as I think seeing the development of the MOU will be really helpful for us.
Okay, thanks. And then Director Watson, I'll do another clarifying question, but I do want to set the stage here. I do want to make sure if there's any little brief presentation that either of you want to make, please let us do it. And my clarifying question would be, so there are many, but there are at least 3 different terms, and I would like to use the term that's most appropriate. So we have students with disabilities, which is how this was titled. In the report, we have students receiving special education services, and then we also use the term students with special needs. So I would like to be using the most respectful and correct terms. So please let us know about that as well.
I mean, Heather, do you want me to take this one? Yeah, so there's a couple of different delineations. I'm pretty particular when I use the 3 different terms. So for me, when I talk about students with disabilities, this is the most inclusive term of students with disabilities. So that means you're including also our students who have 504 plans and our students who have not yet been identified under Child Find. So to me, that's students with disabilities. I delineate that with students who are receiving special education services or students who have an IEP. That is a specific subset of that students with disabilities population. I personally don't use students with special needs as much because I haven't quite definitively landed on how I feel about the term special needs. So that's just my own personal preference. I am somebody who has a disability and I self-identify as having a disability. I don't use euphemism around that, but that's just my personal preference. So I think for the clarity of discussing this particular report, probably using students who are receiving special education services or students who have an IEP is probably the most precise.
I would just say on the other end of that, I think the other part of that implied question though is something not to use is the acronym SPED. SPED. So so you're asking what's the most, what are more acceptable, and there's a whole, different disability communities have different things that they that they would go by and they prefer, but using SPED as an acronym is SPED is generally disagreed upon by most people. So I'll just put that out there as on the other end of something to avoid.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So was there anything that you wanted to present or highlight, just recognizing we have very limited time?
No, we don't. It's fine to just take the questions in this format. That works.
Okay, excellent. Director Watson, you're on mute.
Okay, hopefully this is a question of general interest, but it was someone reached out to me. And so the question is that how do we know that a student is who's in person is actually getting the hours that they need? And what I mean by that is apparently this mom reached out to me because her child, they were in the first wave, and so they're supposed to be in the building in person 2 days a week, but between there was a quarantine or 2, I couldn't understand, I don't know for sure. There were some school breaks, we had Thanksgiving and the holidays and all that. There was the work action, and then the fact that it's the certain 2 days of the week. She doesn't feel like the child has been there very much. Do we have anyone who kind of like if it says on paper the kid's getting 2 days a week, do we have anyone who tracks all the intersections with these schedules to see that they're actually getting that?
I can speak a little bit to this. So yeah. I'll just start with the kind of the easiest one, which is the vacations from school. Those are always, so the way that the special education calendar works is the same as the 180 days that all students are intended to have. So when they miss days for holidays that are not part of the school schedule, those aren't included in their special. Those aren't missed days. So I'll start with, that's kind of the easiest, most clear, I think, one that you're talking about there. In terms of what the state has given guidance on during this pandemic, is that both in-person instruction and virtual instruction count towards instructional minutes or instructional days that students are entitled to having. And so if we have to go back into, so if a student group is in and comes back in quarantine, that shifting the method of instruction from in-person to virtual still counts as the instructional minutes. So it doesn't impact on the technical end on in terms of the compliance that the state has provided, in terms of the service that the students are getting. So it does meet the criteria for serving the students minutes. Whether or not the family feels that their students are getting the same level of interaction, I think we could probably agree that they're saying that they would not, because these are students that an IEP team has agreed benefit more from being in person than they do in remote. So I'm not going to try and say to you that when the IEP team has agreed that in person would be a better service method for students, that the remote is, you know, meeting what the team had intended. At the same time, it doesn't allow for like a gap in services when, for example, a quarantine is required by a student. So instead of having 2 weeks of no instruction, right, they're able to still continue some instruction.
So it doesn't require like bringing them in for different extra days somewhere or anything like that.
As Kristen said, I can't answer every specific question,
sure,
right?
Sure.
They're all, it's an IEP, an individual, so we'd have to know the specific context, but as an absolute rule, no.
No. I was going to lead into some questions about recovery and how we identify those kids and stuff, but we can move on and come back to that.
Okay, so who would like to kick us off with just some thoughts? Again, it can be both around the same discussion goal 1 question, and or specifically with special needs, students with disabilities. Yes, Dr. Malif.
Okay, so, you know, my thoughts in reflecting on this, both in the data from the Goal 1 report that we received and in answering some questions that I had targeted at staff directly via email. I'm encouraged that our students receiving special education services are considered primarily, like, they're general education students first and foremost, and they will be in classes with their general education peers. And I am hopeful, looking at the data that was presented in the last meeting, or in the report that we discussed sort of in brief from last time, especially around the my teacher doesn't make this information interesting, and we can pretty much attribute a lot of that to the difficulty in engaging with remote learning. I would be intrigued and hopeful about seeing how that changes, hopefully, as students go back in person, especially in regards to your answer to Dr. Chu's question, in which you stated that there's only about 50% acceptance, and some of that is related to feeling disconnected from their in-class peers if they're in person and their class is not. But if their class is in person, then they will be in person as well. And, you know, our teachers are very good at engaging every student in the classroom. It is really hard to do that through a screen when you can, you know, they're this big in a video and you can't even maybe they're not even on. So I'll be interested to see if this engagement and sort of feeling of inspiration changes as our students move back in classrooms and everyone can be inspired by each other. That wasn't very eloquent, but I think you get the point.
Thanks. So who wants to go? Director Serafan, go ahead.
Yeah, just very quickly, thank you for the discussion so far, and just wanting to ask something specific. I think Heather may have made a reference to, or I think she did, a determination about whether services could be best provided in person versus virtually. And I just wanted to drill into a frequent thing I've gotten emails on from parents has been students who have, you know, more pronounced ADHD, and saying they have the hardest time self-regulating when their instruction comes through their device. I mean, the very thing they're generally told not to do too much is to engage with the device, and it's and then now they're doing more. So I just wanted to understand, how has that been resolved in the discussion or the determination of whether in person is better or virtual? Like, where does that ADHD and essentially attention challenges that are at the more severe end?
Yeah, I think there's kind of two kind of scopes of answers in this. And it speaks a little bit to what Kristen talked about before, kind of students with disabilities and then students with IEPs, which has to do with the nature and severity of the disability, right? So you'll have students who may have been diagnosed with an attention deficit need, and they may receive specially designed instruction for that, so have an IEP, right? In which case, then the IEP team would convene and have a discussion about whether or not instruction needs to take place in person, either with the teacher or with paraeducator support or whatever that may look like. And we do have students receiving those kinds of accommodations through their IEPs. Then we also have students who have 504 plans. They don't receive the same protections and under the law. And so so that becomes a little bit trickier space, but I do know that every one of our, as you've seen in our information that comes out to you, every one of our high schools is offering support for students who want to be in person through some sort of a monitored internet cafe type of thing or something like that. So it depends on each student and whether or not they meet the criteria of having an IEP, what that intervention actually looks like for them. But there are options and supports, and if families are wanting to talk about that, either talking with their IEP case manager, if that's the venue, or the school counselor, if it's a 504 plan.
Okay, that's helpful. So generally, if the student's need is sufficiently strong where they have an IEP, they likely could, for that diagnosis, say or request that they have in-person services.
Correct. Yeah, our first blush at looking at students for in-person services in that wave 1 that Christine talked about had to do with the amount of time spent in the general education setting, of which many students who have an attention deficit need spend a lot of time in general education settings. They didn't meet kind of that wave 1, but in that wave that we're talking about now, where more students are coming in, that's where we're seeing more of this intersection.
I want to follow up with some additional questions for Dr. Edlund on this. We've been bringing back the kids, but you're talking about the kids with executive functioning disorders, and a fairly significant portion of those kids do not have IEPs. They have 504s, and I haven't seen much in terms of formal support for kids with IEPs, and I have seen and heard a fair amount of problems for those kids from various families at different levels of the district. So what I'm wondering is there a formal organized way for them to get support, or is it kid by kid, counselor by counselor, if they just have a 504 and not an IEP? So what's the sort of approach there?
I just want to clarify something that you said. I think you meant that you said IEP and you meant 504. Do you think that's, the other people who heard that think that's correct? Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm going to answer the correct question. So yes, thank you. And you also gave me a degree I don't quite yet have. But so yeah, so I would say that yes, I would say that what we're doing, so kind of to go back to what you talked about at the beginning of this, is I think first we're thinking about what are the interventions we're doing for all students, right? So if students are struggling with engagement, and that could be through executive functioning concerns that are identified, or as Kristen said, like you could be a person with a disability and not have a 504 plan or an IEP. The first thing we want to do is make sure that we're like identifying who those kids are, whether or not you have a 504 plan or not. We don't want that formal structure to be the problem that's keeping you from getting what you need. And so we've been identifying those students through our weekly engagement reports, et cetera, and assigning support, just like we did last spring to students who need additional engagement. And that can look like coming in person. It could also look like a paraeducator having a specific time that they're meeting with you. It depends on what the actual cause of that issue may be. It's not all about coming in person, right? It could be that you just need some personalized person to help you track down what assignments you need to do, et cetera, right? So so that's in place for folks. Now, on the other side of things, if we have a student who has an executive function concern and they're feeling like they don't have the support on that and they have the 504 plan, they could then individually reach out to their counselor and say, hey, I feel like this isn't quite working for me right now. What can we do to better support my needs? But I don't want to leave out the group of students who have potentially undiagnosed disabilities and know that the district is looking for them and others that already have the 504 plan.
Although in your report, you also acknowledged, which I really appreciated, that this was actually an area of under-identification for many of our groups that have been marginalized, because this is a lot of the executive functioning disorders are diagnosed higher at folks who have the resources and knowledge to go get that on their own.
Absolutely.
How do we
so hence the reason we don't want to leave out, hence the reason we don't want to just have the only solution be, if you already have the 504 plan, please reach out to your counselor, right? We want to actively also be pursuing any student who's not engaging, right? For whatever reason that might be. So it could be a participation data, it could be grades. I see Dr. Juan Calisto wants to mention something.
Yeah. So I would say, to the point of how do we make sure that we are evaluating. So part of the, multi-tier system of support structure that Heather is basically describing, any kind of referral, this is under the law, it's called child find. As part of our actual federal obligation to find individuals with disabilities. The law makes it really clear that when you are making a referral for a disability, it is incumbent upon the school district to make sure that we are assessing for all possible areas of suspected disability. So if we are seeing evidence that there might be a suspected, executive functioning disability, we need to make sure that we're screening for it, even if at the end of the line of evaluation, we end up ruling it out. And so that is part of what makes a really robust and healthy evaluation process, and why I, in particular, am really passionate about that particular aspect of it, because I think in a lot of ways, evaluation is unfortunately a gate by which students get through or don't get through in order to access services. And so, as Heather put, we don't want to make sure that the structure is the barrier. And that's why I think the partnership, when we're talking about special education, is special education always has to be recognized as sitting inside a larger system of tiered intervention, so that we can make sure we are not leading to a sort of wait to fail, or a critical failure point, at which point then we swoop in to rescue using special education. So it goes hand in hand with, I think, positive behavior intervention support and all of the things that you're seeing in the goal 1 area that lead up to that, and then sort of special education sits at the top of that for students who really have very critical diagnosed significant impact to their academic need or social emotional need that requires specially designed instruction and services. So in theory, if you have a good evaluation process, it should catch that.
Okay, anyone else? Director Watson?
Yeah, you mean with questions? Yeah, I feel like there's an area that I don't fully understand, but I'm going to learn about, because I'm going to go on Thursday to the session that the Bellevue Special Needs PTSA is having on compensatory education, or whatever, how to advocate for your child with that. But so what I'm not, I guess I'm getting worried, because I feel like, so we know there's some kids that the online minutes count, but it's not necessarily really working for them. So we're going to assess them when COVID winds down or something, and we're going to assess them and according to what criteria, to try to figure out how they can. What is there a difference between recovery and compensatory, or is that the same? Or how are we going to do right by these kids, I guess is ultimately what I'm asking.
So I don't know how much time you want to spend on this, so it's a pretty nuanced answer.
Okay.
But I don't know, Dr. Juan Calisto, do you want to say just kind of the high level what we've been telling folks? Yeah. We could go really deeply into this particular item.
As you're answering this question, I would just ask that you also let us know if there's anything that's ongoing that's being done to either provide or assess for compensatory services. And as you answer this question that Carolyn has asked, thank you.
Let's do high level, and then if there's more details, then let's follow that up in a report. Yeah. So we have about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, and I would encourage everybody to make sure that you're really looking at, in particular, the risk mitigation section for that part of the report, because this is a pretty complex, nuanced conversation. To put a fine point on it, at a high level, even special educators are really struggling with this, because to the point the point of whether or not there's a difference between compensatory education and recovery services. Technically, yes, but it is very confusing for a lot of people. So I try not to get people hung up on the differences between the two, but I'm happy to, explain both of them. In essence, what we're really trying to do is build in all of these processes in terms of checking for assessing how we're doing right by students inside of the natural sort of progress monitoring and procedures that we already do as a district. So we already do and expect per IEP that there be regular progress monitoring. So if you were to open up any IEP in the district, you would, if they were writing really, I think, compliant IEP goals, which most of them are when I see them, you would see an IEP goal that says something like the student will do this, going from this baseline to this baseline, and then it'll say something like as measured, 5 out of 10 instances, or whatever. So there'll be a frequency in there, and then there's regular reporting, whether that be quarterly, semester, or more frequent, that we provide. So it is actually embedded in a practice of a good special educator to be doing all of this progress monitoring all along, and then therefore, we can hook onto that existing process and say, hey, if we're noticing that, progress has regressed, right, as a result of being in remote learning, etc., or progress is flatlined, then just like you should intervene. Right, and that is the purview of the IEP team to come together, and the parent is a legal member of the IEP team to have that conversation around compensatory education and recovery services. It is a tough one, and so that would be kind of like the high level. I think one of the things that we're realizing is because of the dynamic nature of this, there's a technical component that we're missing, which is how do we have a data system that actually captures all of this moving, shifting part of this new recovery system element. And then there's a programmatic aspect, which is what does recovery services look like? When is it going to be offered, etc. So there's actually two components of both compensatory education and recovery services that we're sort of uncovering. And I mentioned that in the report that we need to make sure that we're building, because this isn't, like we also said in the goal, this isn't a 1-year thing. Recovery services is going to be, I would say, at least a 2-year thing that we're going to have to work through because of the impact of the last 10 months.
Okay. Well, that starts to make it clear.
It's complicated. And I could wax poetic about it because I'm a super nerd about special education, and so I think this is really interesting. So if you're interested in getting in the weeds, I'm happy to go there with you.
All right, so we can potentially do that, or directors can follow up, and then we can get the information to all directors. So this is Dr. Weiss, and I'm just going to make a comment on the discussion question, and it's basically to say I think that the high level of well-being that we want to see for all students that we discussed before is the same for our students with disabilities. And so in that sense, it's not a deep dive because our goals for them, my goal for them is the same, or is just as rich, and I want it to be just as rich and nuanced. So, but my wondering, I guess, is what we've learned in this pandemic, right? So we are thrust into a situation which this is I don't want to say it's an experiment, but it's a situation that we could not have otherwise created. So what have we learned about remote learning, and what students might it be working for in some ways? Because it might not have been something that would have been tried otherwise. Same as we bring students in person, so they're not with their generalized education peers, right? So most of our discussions have been around these restrictive environments. So now it is completely different. So what have we learned about how well or not well they are doing with services? And as you said, it's so individualized that sometimes it's difficult, right? To just, it's not quote fair, right? To just have this one band across where everyone's put in, and we expect, and that's the same with all of our groupings and all of our vulnerable populations. They're not monolithic, and so we recognize that. But so what are those specific things that we've learned, are trying to learn? Are they generalizable to at least some parts of the population? Are they very specific? How do we keep that going? And so it's great to hear about the progress monitoring, and that all these different things are going. And I know there's a lot of technicalities, and again, it's so individualized, and yet
I guess to stop and take a moment and really assess in a qualitative way, like how the students are really feeling about what they're receiving, right? Because maybe they appear to be thriving, but they're not, or it's just generally, right? So we look at the data and say, well, on the one hand, there's not that much difference between the connection, numbers between the ones that we're putting students with disabilities and then the general all population run. But at the same time, they both plummeted during this time, right? So it's not good news. It's good that there's not a gap per se, but they're both down tremendously. And so I think there's just a lot of pressure to be documenting and trying to fulfill it and get the minutes in. And yet this is a unique opportunity to really learn about things and programs and that might serve students better in the long run if we can cobble the best pieces together. Any other directors have thoughts they want to add or close us out with? Okay, so what we'll do is this wasn't exactly the same.
I think you missed my hand.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, I had to squish everybody. So all I could see was your furrowed brow. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Chu. Sorry.
So I have a question that is not limited to special needs, but I think it is appropriate to ask in the context of looking at this space. And it is a question that I am trying to understand. We know that there are some social emotional costs, and we know there are some academic costs to the reduced content of learning. But the question that I really have is, are we able to identify and understand the developmental costs? Like, there are certain stages of development that once a child's pathways are solidified, or once they get past certain places, it's not exactly too late, but it's almost too late to kind of get those things in there. What are we doing to make sure that, yeah, we can compensate for content and some practices and things, but those developmental pieces that are a critical part of the social, emotional, and intellectual work that we do with kids, how do we identify those and prioritize those? Is there anything that we're doing? And do we, can you just help me understand that puzzle? Because it's something I'm worried about.
I think one thing, I'll just start, this is Kristen, is the latest reading that I had read on like neuroscience brain plasticity is actually quite promising. And I think that they've seen that there's more plasticity over time than we previously had assumed. So that's good. In terms of how we are addressing sort of some of the developmental needs, I mean, frankly, that's why my position personally in terms of in-person services has always been sort of like unwavering, that this is like a firm commitment, because some of the developmental milestones are, and I'm quite creative, it's hard to imagine a way that we can be creative around the limit of virtual instruction. And so, at least for special education, that's why for me it's always been a key driver to sort of like push, and as Heather mentioned earlier in the question, around like wanting to make sure that we are connecting. I totally lost my train of thought. But I think the other thing too that I've been kind of trying to work this in. I think I can make some connection. But I think the other aspect about the developmental pathway that I've been thinking a lot about is one thing in special education in particular that we do a lot of is there is a certain amount of learned helplessness that sometimes gets generated in our field because, the addition of additional adults who are literally like hovering and doing like hand over hand. And so one of the sort of opportunities that I thought that we could do to sort of advance some of that developmental thing that I was sort of hoping we could take advantage of is because of the expectation around wanting to maintain physical distance, etc. I hope that would facilitate more pedagogical practices that would allow us to actually to have that developmental maturation happen naturally, because I think sometimes the way that we do special education actually limits and stifles it. So that would be like one angle that I've thought about a lot is, the ways in which like in our desire to be helpful, we actually impede student development, at least students with disabilities. I think the other thing that, you know, as for people who can't see, I'm an Asian American woman, but when I talk to BIPOC colleagues in the district, the other thing that's actually really interesting that we've been having some conversations are the ways actually that remote learning is really powerful sometimes for individuals who are of color, because we actually feel safe. We feel safer when we are behind the screen. And I think some of us are perhaps able to show strength and show connection in a different way because there isn't some of the insidious implicit biases that may occur because you are literally reacting to the body in which we inhabit. So that's another way in which, like, perhaps even virtual learning might be actually allowing some of those developmental stages to be progressing in a way that maybe previously they might not have been. So I try to see opportunities inside the pandemic. It's kind of a tricky question, but that's how I would answer it.
Great, thank you. So I'm just going to check in with Dr. Duran. Is there anything you want to summarize or have someone summarize?
I don't summarize this conversation because there's so much back and forth on the questions, but I think it was just really powerful. Like every time I listen to both Dr. Kristen Wong and Heather, I learned so much about, you know, just what we're trying to do to serve our students. So I don't really have a summary. I really just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing, and just really appreciate all that you guys have been, you know, working on trying to support our students as best as possible.
All right, thanks. And then Dr. Murley, what did you capture that maybe we want to, do you think directors might want to hear more about in the future or next steps?
Well, there was a lot, and it went back and forth. So I think the main notes I would highlight are the sort of focus around how do we know students are actually receiving what they need, not just in hours, but in actual you know, interventions, whether that's virtual or in person, even if the virtual isn't as good as in person. And Dr. Wong Callisto, I was really struck by what you said just now about, you know, distancing and remote learning, and even in-person distancing, kind of enforcing a sort of move to independence. That is incredibly intriguing, and I would like to know more about that when we have been in person for a little bit and know more. So thank you. I thought that was particularly interesting note.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you all for your time. I think it's you know, ongoing conversations. I think people will reach out with additional questions, and it's good to hear that you know, looking for opportunity within this crisis and really working to serve students. So thank you. All right, directors, we're doing pretty well considering how we did extend the time, and we'll see how fast we can get through these remaining items. So we are on to our consent agenda B. So that is all the reports that were due, which includes all of the SIP reports. So you've seen these several times in draft form. Dr. Duran, have they changed materially or substantively? I know some directors have just been reading them over time. So we want to make sure there was nothing that we missed that was materially changed if we had started reading them back when they were first on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I don't believe so, because, you know, they were drafts and there were just some tweaks, you know, based off of the finalization of the annual plan. So that's probably the only part that would be updated in the specific measures for each school. Yeah.
All right, directors, any comments on the consent agenda? Anything that you want to pull?
Yes.
Dr. Chu.
Yeah, I would like to pull two reports that I sent some comments to staff about some significant concerns, but I did not send those comments till today, and so I don't want to raise those here in a way like that. I would just like to give staff some time to respond, and I would like to request that the Let's Talk and communications reports are pulled to a later meeting where we can discuss if the superintendent believes that's the right course of action, or I can just get some answers to questions and or the reports can be updated. But either way, I would just appreciate pulling those. If you don't want to pull them, then I'm going to talk more about them before we take any votes.
Are there any objections to pulling those two, getting some clarifications and bringing them back for the next meeting? Okay, so we'll try to get the clarifications. Dr. Duran, is it possible to get the clarifications in one of our updates, and that way it can be these can reappear on the consent agenda without necessarily triggering a discussion unless the answers are deemed insufficient?
Yeah, I am not aware of, I mean, I need to find out what the feedback is. If it came, when did it come in? If it came in today, I haven't seen any of the feedback, so I have to look at that. So that's, you know, beyond when feedback comes in. But if it's the board approves being pulled, yeah, we'll have to take a look and see what we can do to adjust them.
Okay, so I don't see any objections to pulling those two reports from the consent agenda. No objections? Okay, so those two items are pulled from the consent agenda. Reviewing the remainder of the consent agenda, is there anything else to be pulled or comments? All right, so seeing that.
Can I just make a comment?
Yes, yes.
I do want to make a comment because I just for point of clarification, you know, because, you know, we have done everything we can to ensure that we're following the policy, especially these reporting processes, you know, so, you know, we didn't receive the feedback, you know, by when the deadline was. So I just want to acknowledge that because I think it's important for us because we put together these policies and we do everything on our end to ensure that all these reports get put in on time. And we have time marked on our calendars for when, you know, report time is. And, you know, when we don't get the feedback, you know, then, you know, we'll have to make the adjustments to do that. But I just want to bring that point of awareness that, you know, it didn't meet the policy timeframe for when we receive feedback.
I think that, yeah, I think in the spirit of grace and recognizing the volume of community outreach and from the community to board directors that, given the volunteer commitment, was significantly increased, and many were attending to that situation. So I think that was why I don't want to speak out of turn, but just from seeing the nods, it seems like that's why there's grace given to pull those two, and understanding that we are trying to provide the feedback to the district in a timely manner, and that we appreciate you providing those reports also in a timely way that we have time to review them. So that I feel overall has been really much better in the past couple of months, and I think that overall is sustainable. There's just this particular past week or so was more challenging. Any other comments?
Yeah, I wanted to say that the district had asked us to comment on a format feedback, and we haven't had any discussion on that, and I think we're way over time tonight. So I think we should give some time for that. But I think that the importance, like the bottom line for me in terms of which format works better, I have a personal preference, but I think that the real preference is whether or not if the district is actually using the data and is focused on the outcomes and is employing those outcomes and the evaluation of them along the way, that seems to have a much higher impact on the quality of the report and the usefulness of the report for governance than does the format of the report to me. So I am happy to take reports in either format, but other board members may have other feelings. And I also want to say for future, I think 11 reports in one board meeting is not a reasonable plan for consumption and comments.
So we'll be reviewing, and I think that potentially with the GoalCom, taking a look at the structure that's required within our policies and procedures will be useful. So since that's been brought up, I think this is a fine place to just go around really quickly. Maybe each director can comment in terms of the format of the report if it has an impact. All right, I'm seeing, seems like no one seems to have a particular thing, or so basically I'm gathering that Dr. Chu summarized it. So for the district,
yeah,
in terms of, go ahead.
I think Dr. Chu's feedback is hers. I don't necessarily have, I did not have an ask to make a change. And I think the only thing I would just say is, I think if I'm fine with this time, and I tend to agree with Dr. Chu that it's a lot to consume in one for one meeting. But I am also mindful of what Thomas Ellsbury was saying, is that one person's feedback can't be driving what the district has to change. So I think if there's going to be changes, we should just be efficient. We can up and down vote on it, so that one board director's or two's feedback on something doesn't drive wholesale randomization of the school district, because that's not what we're supposed to be doing.
Yes, Director Watson.
I just have a technical request that's so minor, but I really would like it if the pages were all facing in the same direction. I know I have that little button where I can turn them, but some of them were started off in one way and the other way, and I'm like flipping them around, and then it would reset when I scroll to the next page. And so I wonder if if it's possible.
Okay. Anything else?
Yep.
Yes, Dr. Chu.
If we're gonna so we were asked in this set of reports to give feedback on the different reporting format. So I was doing that, not trying to be the singular voice for doing so. I also don't think that there is anything to vote on. It was just asked for feedback. The real thing is whether or not the reports comply with the policy. And I did not notice that one report was able to comply versus another report was not able to comply. And so I don't think that the policy is there to direct the format of a report. I thought we were just being asked for feedback, and that the reports would comply with policy regardless.
So what I'm hearing, to summarize, would be that Dr. Duran, in terms of requesting feedback from the board, as long as the information is presented in a way that meets the requirements so that we can do our role in terms of oversight on these goals, the format that works best for the presenting department, for example, makes sense, and that these are reports at this point and not necessarily presentations. And so the restriction, or that may have come over time, of them being PowerPoint presentations is lifted, but it does not automatically mean that people no longer need to use that style. So I think we can keep going, and if that evolves, if over time, we don't need to discuss it, I think, in the board meetings per se. I think individual directors can give feedback in terms of this is working, this is not working. If Dr. Duran, you're feeling like there's too many mixed messages, then we'll bring it back up again. But it seems that for the most part, people are flexible. That this time it was challenging with 29 school reports plus another 10 other reports. That was a lot of reports, a couple of resolutions, and then 1,000 emails. So, but we are delighted to be serving the district.
And none of us get paid for this.
It was a fun job this week, for sure.
And we're going to try to not be too much over time. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda B with the 2 reports as previously mentioned that were pulled?
So moved.
And I'll second that. All those in favor? Okay. Aye. All right. We have 5 in favor. So that consent agenda B is approved. So we had individual directors submitted updates. If someone has something that's urgent that needs to be said, please indicate. No. All right. And then we have agenda planning. Dr.
Updates. Oh, okay. I see. Some of them are longer because I liked them when I could just see them without clicking on PDFs. But anyway, the only thing that's in my PDF, in case you don't click on it, is the directions to tomorrow night's special needs PTA meeting.
Right. And then I do believe actually, yes.
Were you able to add the ones that were sent this afternoon? Because I just want to make sure that BSF has hired a new director. So I just want to call out that I put that in. So if it's not in there, if we could add that later, just make sure that report is in there.
All right,
and
so
we
Ms.
can
Patterson,
introduce them later.
check. Yeah, Ms. Patterson, just check, and then we can have that added. And then also I realized that Director Watson and I have been proceeding with the hire of our board coordinator, and so that is proceeding apace, which may also help with some of these minor technical issues. We are very and extremely grateful for the staff that's been pitching in to make our board meetings happen, especially given the large volume, the unusual surge. And so very appreciative of everyone that's working on that, but we are also working very hard to try to find a new person for our team. All right, so agenda planning, that also looks like we didn't post the agendas there, but currently it's the reports that are due up next. And we are also trying to find time, like in each of these meetings, to have discussion. It is one meeting in February. We will be doing some strategic plan refresh discussion in that meeting.
Yeah, we hope so. We gotta, I mean, I think we will, but yeah. we gotta give Eva a heads up or she'll be surprised.
And then, so the request to directors is that given that there is only one meeting for February, and per our policy, without, unless we vote like we did at the beginning of this meeting, we only go for 3.5 hours. We are going to ask potentially to schedule for 4 hours rather than 2 meetings or a separate workshop to be able to cover the regular board business and then have a little bit of extra time for the strategic plan refresh discussion. That would be that. And then we will separately schedule an executive session so that we're not adding that on to the end of that. So rather than 2 regular board meetings or a regular board meeting and a development workshop, it will be a longer board meeting and a separate executive meeting, which would be shorter than a full meeting. Is that acceptable to everyone? Yeah, that's my motion. Can I just get a second? That way
yeah, I'll second that. I thought we might like that.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see lots of thumbs. Okay, awesome. So 5 in favor.
Can
yes.
I make a clarifying statement? Somebody pointed out that I misspoke. There's not a brand new director of BSF. It's an interim director who's been hired to do the next couple of months while their director is out. So I apologize for being unclear. It's not a new interim director. Sorry, it's not a new executive director, just an interim director.
All right. So thank you. All right. So with that, directors, you can proceed to the executive session. I'm going to read the statement. We are ending the regular part of the meeting to go into executive session. The purpose is to evaluate the qualifications of an applicant for public employment or to review the performance of a staff member. However, discussions of salaries, wages, and other conditions of employment to be generally applied within the district will occur in a meeting open to the public and when the board elects to take the final action of hiring, setting the salary of an individual staff member or class of staff members, or discharging or disciplining an employee, that action will be taken in a meeting open to the public. We will be in executive session for approximately 30 minutes. We will come back to adjourn the meeting. There will be no further business taken at this action. As we end this portion, I really want to thank all of the staff who've been here through the entire meeting and have been putting in the extra hours as well. These past weeks, that is, has not gone unrecognized, but I do want to say it on behalf of all of us that we see how hard people are working, how diligently, how much in service of our students. And we know that often comes with a sacrifice in your personal lives. And so we really appreciate their professionalism and dedication. So thank you very much.
The board requires approximately 10 additional minutes for their executive session.
So this concludes our general board meeting. The meeting is adjourned.